Hello and welcome back, everyone. Today, we are going to be continuing as Great Gravican. Very importantly, this is our military-industrial complex run, where we have managed to run up 90% reduced military goods cost. We had minus 100%, but we lost a couple modifiers because we no longer are receiving military assistance because our army got too big. However, I believe it just tracks your army. I'm fairly confident it's just tracking your army. So what we're going to try and do today is not build any more army, and instead try and get military assistance from, other guys while overbuilding the navy. So we're going to see just how much we can stimmy up the economy. Currently, it's kind of convenient that we do have some military goods, that 10%. We would be paying 10x this, if not for the negative modifier, which winds up being roughly 20% of the stimulus that our government is providing to the economy when you factor in this 1.4 million and this 1.2 million, which is absolutely an insane number of free money to inject into the economy. And the way that this is working is, of course, that when we have these minus mil goods cost, when we have this minus military goods cost, it doesn't make the goods cheaper. It's just that you don't have to pay the money. So this is a free money modifier in the sense that if we look in the market and we look at the price of the goods and we look at how many goods are getting produced, all these goods, all these military goods are still getting produced, and they're still creating buy orders for various, we're still producing we're producing 3.39k buy orders, but in order to make the building still profitable, these are still getting bought. We're just only paying 3.1k for cannons. That's all we're paying for cannons. If we take a look at the goods for military buildings, we can see the math doesn't quite math, eh? Oh no, wait, this is the number of buy orders, not the total price of the buy orders. But if you do the math out, it should kind of add up properly, which is how math always works, except when it doesn't. But here we're paying 14k on artillery, 14.5k. If we multiplied the number of this by the amount here, does that math still not math? That math feels like it doesn't math quite right. We have 3.9k buy orders. $3.19k buy orders, and I'm being silly. If you multiply the number we have in our barracks, which is the amount the governments have to pay, this is the real number. So we multiply 2.88 times, 66.7. We will get 192. And then let's see how much we are allegedly paying here, and just make sure that the maths. The math doesn't math. The schnozberries don't taste like schnozberries. Are we missing something? Why is the math not quite mathing? I mean, we were able to observe gobbling up all that land. Ayo. We do be doing that. Hey, Gene. Just saying hi and going to work. Aw, man. Damn. Well, Happy New Year still, though. Yeah, I'm not sure why the math isn't very precisely mathing, but when we had minus 100% military goods cost, we didn't have to pay for anything. So, I don't know exactly why this is reporting a number at this price. Oh, I understand now. It's the effect of Mappy is offsetting this, because the price that's getting paid at all the barracks is not the market price. Okay, that makes sense. It's relatively close. And we're not going to add up all the math, to double check it. We know that if we get minus 100% military goods cost, it does go to 0. And so the point is that regardless of how much minus military goods cost we stack, the number of buy orders in the market will remain the same, and the price of the good will not deflate, which is giving us more opportunities for profitable buildings. And so, like, when we have a ton of profitable, arms manufacturers, what ends up happening is that the weekly balance is positive, the wages are positive, and so this creates additional buy orders for consumer goods that would not be there and push up the price of the consumer goods. Every PM is net efficient, so if you push up prices in general across the market, this will stimulate the entire economy. We have, like, pretty extensive videos on this. But the idea is that, all these other buildings will be more profitable as well. And so, like, the consumer goods, because there's more consumer good buy orders than there would be otherwise, the prices of these get pushed up, which means that the weekly balance here and here is going to be higher as well. And so the question that we're kind of going to be answering today, or kind of trying to see today, is if we run up this military goods, if we run up this number super, super, super high, what happens to our economy? And I think our economy just, like, completely just, like, goes straight to the moon. And the way that we're going to try and do this is going to be largely through ships. Because we're still chasing that high of minus 100% military goods cost. We can still, in theory, get it if we switch on to peasant levies, because there's a little 10% that we can bink here. And so maybe this is the solution. We've been trying to, when we build armies, just build up to 25 in states, so we could do this. And maybe this would be better, but honestly, maybe just paying the 10% and just building 100 stacks is better. I'm not really sure. But this is kind of what we're going to be doing today. And what we will be kind of seeing how it goes. We're running a positive balance because, let's double check, I think that we have, yeah, we have shift work. So, it's time. The time has come, my friends, to push things to level 50. Where is this state? Okay. Yeah, generally speaking, once stuff gets into the 30s, pushing it to level 50 is extremely valuable. Gonna need a lot of labor here. Let's actually see if we have labor here. Or we're just building into the abyss. We do have quite a few peasants, but that'll probably employ a lot of them up here. And so we will see how that ends up shaking out. There is some consideration as to what stimulates buy orders the best. I think if you're playing without a bunch of these modifiers... Oh, and just a quick note, with China you can stack up to minus 85% military goods cost as a theoretical maximum if you get military assistance from two countries. But I think that generally speaking, torpedo boats is probably like one of the better ones in the abstract without stocking this modifier, because explosives and ironclads are relatively efficient. It's ammunition that's really inefficient as a PM. But we don't really necessarily care too much about efficiency anymore, and so what we might do is we might push stuff like destroyers, or not destroyers rather, we might push stuff like dreadnoughts, the capital ships, which have way more buy orders per level of the unit. You see in here it has artillery, ironclads, radio, and 6 ammunition, the ammunition being relatively inefficient. I think we have... Oh, we don't have something on that front, but we have something heading that way? Not really. Yikes. We have our entire army mobilized, currently. Because we're never demobilizing it ever. Ever, ever, ever. Because it is creating more buy orders. I wish the math had mathed, though. It makes sense that it doesn't because of Mappy, but... Morning, Ultraweed. How's it going? MTAP Gaming says, didn't expect you to continue this series. Although we're a little late reading that. Yeah, I wanted to get one last little bit of juice out of it. I wanted to see... We didn't really run it up. We just got the modifier, and we didn't push it, really. And I wanted to see what happens when we push it. We're going to upgrade to ironclads here. So first thing we're going to do is go steel holes. And then we're going to upgrade all ships. Now, you may notice our ratio is all messed up. We do not care at all. We do not care. We are going to create... we're only going to pay for 10% of this, and so on a per level basis, that's going to be way more stimulating to the economy. And I mean, it really feels like we're popping off really hard already. That's quite a lot of construction we just added, but I think we can afford it. And then, do we need to search for another war? Yeah, we currently have, like, 2 native uprisings, but those are kind of nothing type of wars. Any abstract people next to us would be ones that we'd want to fight more. Kind of. Those guys are already subjugated. I think we were interested in fighting the Ulag Authority again. Just unify all of Goblindom. And so... Ooh, they even have their own... Wait, what is this? Did they really found that forever ago? I just didn't notice? We are saving up mandate currently. It'd be better for us to declare on one of their subjects. Let's take a look at what the pop looks like, though. Looks like there's a lot of pops here. In this state specifically. And is that state their capital? That state is their capital, so expecting to have it have a little bit more on the financial districts of manor houses than kind of a normal situation. So... Then let's ramp that up. And then we will be able to push through the Ulag Authority. I don't know if we'll need this huge-ass army. But I think that might be all we'll need. If we do use that. And then we'll move over a 90 stack here and a 50 stack. Just to do some landings. Also along the coast, I think is more likely to have Wishstone. I guess they don't have any Wishstone though. Maybe not so good for us. But yeah, currently our economy is just absolutely exploding. Like, our investment pool is growing super, super fast. It's not like we were running a very, very small economy before. And the thing is, it's just, it's off the back of this, like, this insane level of stimulus that we're getting from military goods, which we are increasing more and more here. Non-aligned Confederation. We'll make them join us soon enough. Goblins? Basically, Jeremy. Took the words right out of my mouth. Goblin D's goblins. Suppose we could reduce taxes here. And we'd still be super okay. We have a bunch of construction in the back of the queue, though, so I don't know how sustainable that is, but maybe it's hyper-sustainable because of the insane level of stimulus. Let's take a look at what we're going to do. Great Gravicon gets this. Cadem. Or who are we going to give Grifter? The Positivist? We don't really need that to get total separation. Total separation is fine. Let's not give our guy Grifter, because we don't, like, actively dislike them. If we actively disliked him, we'd be fine giving him Grifter. We're gonna remember to put in war reparations on some guys, and then gonna liberate, at least one of these guys. Let's not try and fight too many. I guess we could make all these primary if we want to fight specifically. Revoke claim on Quarta. We could go for another state here, but we're at 20 infamy, so maybe we just chill out a little bit. Just kind of fighting this war to fight it, to be honest. It's not about war, it's about industry. Am I right? Let's put these at the front. We're accumulating investment pool like way more quickly than I would want, and this is really off the back of we got the enormous like bill goods stimulus bonus, and then we immediately kind of turned around and added a whole bunch of military and kept it all mobilized, and now we're reaping the benefit of that. Let's do the one that gives us a ton of prestige. Incidentally, our prestige should be like through the roof once we start getting some of these navies built up. Navies really contribute a lot to prestige. Yeah, we're starting to push it. And the more we push our prestige up, the easier it's going to be for us to subjugate and do other stuff to others. So we have total separation coming in, which should be good. I mean, we could mobilize all the conscripts and create all those additional buy orders. It's looking like they actually have a pretty good advantage on this front. The thing is, we don't want to demobilize this army. I think 18% is like a good enough percentage that we don't need to necessarily do that. We don't want to really mobilize all the conscripts because we don't want to pull people out of their factory jobs. And by people, I mean gobos. We added a whole bunch of construction, and now we're losing around 200k. But that's kind of a fine amount for us to lose, I think. I think we're just going to stimmy our way out of that. We say 200k because you have to add these two numbers whenever you're kind of thinking about how much you're really making. Yeah, I guess we could just land with these guys. And then let's actually move over one of these guys that's going to help us push faster. We do have to keep the queue going. So, feeling like we're entering the late game sort of situation here. Let's add a bit of those. But what we're doing is we're looking at something that has relatively high earnings And then if it's closest to 50, we're going to push it up. Distillery is not quite there. Here, let's sort by unemployed. Domestic. And there is going to need a whole bunch of these. But when you... That's another reason we're also popping off, is we're getting to the point where we're pushing 50s in some of our production lines. These are really profitable. Okay. Why don't we, in here, 50 this? Because we're already 50ing a bunch of stuff in the capital. And add a couple of these as well. And that'll keep us going. We will not provide military assistance to anyone under any circumstance because it'll collapse our economy. Because we're intentionally consuming more goods and military assistance. It does make it so that you have more expensive goods costs. Let's do some of that. Yeah, really, the problem is there's so much activity in the capital. I don't know if we can support all this extra buildings we've added. I guess we're going to have to turn on labor-saving PMs a bit more aggressively. We have those on there, but I don't think we're using some of these other ones. So let's turn on Mecha Magic Looms in the capital here. We can turn on these. I think furniture, if we have furniture... generally one of the more efficient water tubers. And then we can steam donkey. And tanker cars is going to be a little bit better than some of the other railroad things. And then here we can steam donkey as well. And in that way keep things employed. I think we do want to have some unused arable land, but maybe this is fine. We are making landing progress. I guess we could land the other guy too. We do have this 50 stack that's not doing anything, so let's use those guys. The mob approaches, indeed it does. We can eat that. That little negative there. How close are you to getting 100%? We got 100% last stream, so we've already gotten at 100%. Now we're at 90%. We could go peasant levies. I'm not exactly sure that it's worth it to go peasant levies, but what we're planning on doing now is not adding any military and trying to get just a single, military assistance agreement. The problem is that we have to have less army power projection than someone else. So we're hoping that Ravik builds up their army a little bit, and then we can use Ravik's Ravik to do that. That's kind of what we're hoping here. But we are currently sitting on minus 90% mill goods cost. You can see all of our modifiers. The timed modifier is from our Arcana card. The technology is from the Goblin technology inside of this mod. Incidentally, minus 85% is possible on vanilla on China, with China getting minus 30% from their armed forces, minus 10% for up to 40% from peasant levies, minus 10% for 50% from the company, and minus 15% for 65% from the power block principle. So that's minus 65%, and then you can stack up to 2 request military assistance, so you can get up to minus 85. But what it checks for is it checks for your army power projection, I'm pretty sure, and not your naval power projection, which means you can just build your navy up to infinity, or as many slots as you have, and that'll work. Oh, we picked the wrong option. We're gonna have a little secession here. It's kind of okay though. It's kind of okay though. It's kind of okay. Okay-ish. It's gonna make it harder for us to pass multiculturalism, but currently, like, multiculturalism is actually really frustrating because all the nationalist movements agitate for it, and then the problem is they stop being upset. They stop being upset at you. Like, for example, this. As soon as you start passing multiculturalism, except for, like, the very top one or whatever, with the way it, like, works right now, but it ends up, you just, like, lose all your, this is 46. If we start to pass it, it'll be significantly less than 46. And we don't have any ideologies that support multiculturalism, unfortunately. We haven't rolled any of them. Because also, like, these movements are also too small. See, they're all marginal. They're too small to actually influence. They're too small to actually end up influencing a political party. So actually, like, passing multiculturalism is a little bit of a pain in the ass right now. But, so, here, let's see what we mean. Oh, these guys are reformers? They spawn reformers, which... They don't spawn anyone that goes for multiculturalism. Maybe this is a tech problem, actually, for us. Yeah, we don't have feminism yet. I know we have anarchism, so we could try and sponsor an anarchist movement, but that has its own problems, eh? What are you doing? We have to make sure that we stay over 20% clout on the armed forces, but that's really not too difficult to ask. I was hoping this would create one front. I didn't realize that this guy up here was in the war. So we get spaghettied. I don't want to split armies and then unite armies and do all this when we're, like, going to be pushing the war goal anyways, so... Is this the capital? Yeah. We'll do that. And then... we do have a little bit of a queue built up. But let's try and see if we can push anything. Actually, to some extent, what are we doing? Let's check our military goods. Why has this gone down? Because our units are dying? It's not ideal. We're having a hard time getting these guys prosperous, which kind of sucks because the 5% plantation throughput would also help to get them better. But what I was saying when I was saying what are we doing is we haven't 51'd like the resource industries either. I guess we don't have too much that can go to 50. This can approach 50 and has a ton of infrastructure, so why don't we just do that? Corta. Where's Corta? Corta has a ton of peasants. Oh, Corta's overseas, so we maybe don't want to do that too much. Let's have these guys pop off, though. And the economies of scale, as you get higher and higher, mathematically they get better and better. Do you get run the latest GitLabs build or just the workshop version? The workshop version. The way the math works is like if you build your second building, it's effectively 104% of a building because it'll have 2% throughput, right? And so when you build the second marginal one is 102%, and then what it does is it raises the other one from 1% to 3%. So it's actually 103% of a building story. When you build your 150th building, it's worth 100, or when you build your 50th building, it's worth 199% of a building, because the building itself is 150% of a building, but bringing all the 49s to 50 is worth an additional 49% of a building. And so that's kind of why we're pushing throughput specifically a little bit hard here. You're going to need a railroad. So marginally, the buildings 30 through 50 are a lot more valuable. Do you plan on continuing the multiplayer competitive series? I mean, maybe. If there's like a lot of demand for it. When I've run polls, people prefer single player, and I get less viewers, and already streaming is a little bit worse than just making videos. So, in terms of the ROI, but I like streaming because I like interacting with people. So, streaming's already semi-indulgent. Let's definitely expand out all that. But if enough people want me to kind of turn back up the competitive stuff, then we could do that. Why don't we just we're just gonna economies of scale this. Now, we have to find another war, because we have to constantly be at war in order to get, Awakened Fauna. Awakened Fauna? Bruh. Where are these guys? Dude, that sounds cool as hell. Oh, they just make them gorillas. Where are they, though? They're all down here? Bruh, that sounds so cool. Awakened Fauna. Sharky MB, thank you for the follow, big nice. It's pretty easy to split up the army. Yeah. But it's also... we win this war either way. Just by pushing through the front door, you know? Well, we do have a lot of Awakened Fauna pops, and we have a lot of excess bureaucracy right now, so I guess we'll just run it. We also... our institution increased for the Arcana, so we can slot in our third Arcana card. Also, at some point, we're going to get rid of the Infamy Decay card, so... can have a think. So, minus construction goods cost is a little bit appealing. Currently, construction goods amount for... this would be a similar free money modifier. Currently, construction goods amount for... what is this? Around 2.1 million. So a 5% reduction on that would be what, like 100,000 stimulus? We don't really mind private construction allocation. We actually think that this is a positive modifier. It helps us to drain the investment pool a little bit better, which currently is growing. That's actually kind of attractive. So this would be worth 100k. Minus minimum expected standard of living is a little bit of an interesting modifier on wishful thinking. I actually wish that, speaking of wishful thinking, I wish that a lot of what the positive modifiers to changes in loyalists from standard of living were changed to was now you get loyalists from political movements, but that modifier kind of sucks butt. So what I wish they did is I wish they kept in the absolute full, like, -5 minimum expected standard of living for the lower strata instead of nerfing it down to -3, and let some of those modifiers be increased minimum expected standard of living, like in vanilla. I wish they had done that a little bit differently. Minus an active time, and this stuff doesn't seem very useful for us. Let's take a look at our Phoenix cards. Army offense, meh. I mean, we could do something army-oriented. State construction efficiency is pretty good. The thing is like, we would have to math this out, because we're actually getting, like, state construction efficiency in places. In particular, we're getting a ton here, but we're also building a ton here. So if we look here, we're already getting state construction efficiency, and we have plus 40%. And so if we just, like, round that and consider it plus 50%, what this represents is only a 6% increase in construction, right? Or 6.6 rather than 10%. Which I suppose is still enough. Also, we have a lot more modifiers here than we do everywhere else, so the question is which one of these is better? This is actually just probably a little bit better than the minus goods cost in isolation, but we would like the private queue allocation. On the flip side, we would get explosives factory at steel mills, so Embers of Creation is probably a little bit better. Manufacturing industry's throughput is also really attractive here. This does not include everything, though. Like, I think gizmos are not considered manufacturing, they're considered, like, wizard nonsense. So, like, the gizmo workshop is not a manufacturing, it's a wizard thing. You know what I mean? I don't. So it wouldn't hit everything, but the entire military-industrial complex does live off the back of that manufacturing, though. Whereas everything that's a military good is like a manufacturing thing. So the problem is 15% throughput. We already have quite a bit of throughput in a lot of spots. Weird, I think there'd be bigger audiences during winter period. Why bigger during winter? Because winter's coming. We need Generalist Sweat with a Bokoan type fun beat, you know? It would be lit. Those two, to some extent, might be inconsistent with each other. I also don't play with the multiplayer. Maybe it'd be different if I played, but that would ruin, like, the integrity of the thing, I think. I don't think I would want to do that. So what's better, state construction efficiency or throughput? Probably the construction. We can math this out. Maybe mathing it out is interesting to people. If we try and think about what our average, you know, throughput's going to be. If our average throughput is like 50, which this is maybe a poor example. You know, if our average throughput is 50, then a 15% represents a 10% increase, which represents more than what we would be getting from the state construction efficiency, because that would be maybe 8% juice. But I keep thinking, but that's only for manufacturing. Construction applies for everything. Yeah, I think this is the card. And I think the minus construction goods cost is the other card that we eventually slot this out for. Looks like someone's having internal problems, you know what I mean? Ayo. Ayo. Wait, what the hell? Why can we not land the uprising? Not at war with the Gorkan uprising. What do you mean? God, this is a problem for this mod specifically. All the separatist movements automatically win? God, that's so asinine, dude. Oh, they are at war with us. Oh, they're not at war with us yet. Okay, never mind. We've had, like, these wars, they just instantly separate. What we're gonna do is we're actually gonna save. Just in case. These guys... If these guys automatically get free from us, which I think might happen because I think that this mod is bugged in that regard, we might swap sides. We'll lose our pretty graphs, though. That's the rub, huh? We will lose the pretty graphs. I really hate to just lose 2 states for nothing. I think it's all bugged up, though. Like, separatist movements, specifically on this mod, I think are bugged. We're just trying to get this guy off the front. Specifically. Or, I guess, very non-specifically, because we wouldn't just land over here. So we can push the front. And we hope that it doesn't break. We've just seen that this mod does weird things with separatist movements. Which is a reason to, like, really try and avoid separatist movements, but... Okay. Okay, things might not be getting weird. Things might be okay. We might be okay. I'm gonna have to declare another war here soon. I guess we kind of do want the next level of this. We already have quite a lot of progress here. Why don't we do this into this? That way we can get more cost reduction. The whole continental looks like one internal problem. Yeah. You're talking about Europe, right? Ew. I wonder what level the company is at now. Yeah, 190. Oh, look at that. So good. That one's also quite huge. This we slot in quite a bit later. The way that they juice up the companies is like a bit interesting now, because it's now like really strongly divorced from like how much money the company's making in terms of how many levels they're gonna get, which is like a super band-aid over the problem. But yeah, now we have now we need more pops here, or we need more guys here. So why don't we come in and kind of make sure that, well, let's do this and then this. And then we're going to use really aggressively labor-saving PMs here in the capital. Because in the capital we have a manufacturing decree, so it's fine. They should be able to stay pretty efficient. We get the wee-woos. I think this is one of the... Motor Industries has kind of one of the worst ones of these. One of the worst labor-saving PMs, but we'll put it in anyway. We need rotary valve. God, we don't have rotary valve. We're so early in the game. Conveyor belts is the first one. Oh, metal airships. Which requires thermal cores. Which we don't have yet. Let's do some of that. Where are these guys? So Ravik's going after them. Ravik is the only country that is like remotely close to our military power projection. They might even hit it in their war, so... Reinforce on the ULOG authority. Big nice. Let's make sure that these guys have a port. That's why we make sure that they have a port, eh? And then let's make sure that these guys go back to... Yeah, perfect. They did go back. I think we're gonna bankroll these guys. Hopefully try and help them win that. We could go for the full annex, or we could just go for one state. I kind of like just going for one state here. The entire idea being that we are just trying to get ourselves a war. Making sure we're in one. I keep forgetting that we could do this. And that's probably mostly what we want to do. Let's take a look at how much we're spending on military. I do like, one thing about spending on military, one thing I like quite a bit, or having this 10%, is that we can actually see how much we're juicing the economy every time. Is command economy bad? Command economy is really bad. Europe sure is a mess. I hope that past 9th January will be on the road to be included as a 52nd US state. There we go. That's one solution, eh? Rock elementals. Yikes. Are we doing a world conquest? Probably not. Multiculturalism versus ethno-state. Ethno-state's like too clunky, I think, to be worth it. Maybe in a world where the best power block wasn't sovereign empire, because the problem is with the best thing being sovereign empire, you have really easy access to authorities. So like the big upside of authority isn't really that big an upside, and paying more wages is actually probably not good. So like let's take a quick look at ethno-state. Like ethno-state, what we're gonna have is we're gonna have increased increased loyalism is gonna be the biggest thing, but on the net, you have to be netting a lot more loyalists from this for it to be good than you are like radicals from the other statuses, and I'm not sure you'll have that. But in particular, like wage for full acceptance, this is probably actually like a negative modifier, but not like super negative. Veneration, this is not vanilla, so we can't comment too much on this, but, I mean, the 200 authority is, like, really, there's just, like, a better way to get authority, and, like, you don't necessarily like the wage increase, and so there's not really much reason to go, like, ethno-state over nat supremacy, even. But yeah, I just think multiculturalism's... Well, so I think there's, like, kind of more arguments for going... Like, cultural exclusion might be better than multiculturalism, but... I don't know. I'd have to take a closer look at it, but in particular, like, I've been looking at pop growth recently, and increasing SOL doesn't really help pop growth as much as you'd think. Once you start stacking a bunch of modifiers, it starts to look very flat from 10 to 20 SOL. But it helps a lot with migration. But getting pops kind of becomes less of the problem. Putting in another tax targeting the upper strata here. And a bit more construction. We could colonize a little bit up here. We're not going to give the minus approval here. We do have quite a bit of excess bureaucracy. I think we're going to start upgrading our health system. Health system's real good. And then we're going to incorporate this, and then we'll be negative, but that's fine, because we can resolve that. It's going to be more valuable to bring stuff to EOS, but we'll also make sure that we have it in Cadurn, because we know Cadurn's coming up anyways. Do something like that. Sure. We should have read the other option. From what I remember, it's not too tremendous, but still should have read it. Veneration only works for caste systems in Exther, which is only dwarves so far. Oh, interesting. SOL is just satisfying. Yeah, if you stack like all the pop growth modifiers, it's actually like negative, and there's like this weird inflection point where you become... Oh no, we shouldn't have clicked that. No. Oh no, wait. We're still happy enough. Okay. We're still happy enough. But I think we were thinking of getting rid of construction 1 in exchange for this. Providing education with minus ahead of time penalty and increased tech spread. Could also go food standardization. Well, I mean, we're not researching stuff ahead of time. That's where I think that mandate really shines. We're still spreading tech though, so tech spread modifier would kind of be okay. Question is, what do we like best? I mean, I think it's probably between food standardization and advanced research. Company throughput bonus is kind of ass now. They didn't proportionally increase this. This should have been like the base company throughput bonus like nearly doubled, if I recall, or like more than doubled. What did it do? Like the throughput bonus went from like 20 to 55, and the bonuses to it in like both the devout, like the Christian devout and the other one, like didn't increase alongside it, so it's like kind of bad now. But maybe we could get the prosperity on these up if we went the food company though, huh? Because we would really like to get the plantations throughput and logging throughput bonus on these. I feel like I'm kind of convincing myself that food standardization's better than advanced research here. Teferet, I think is the best in terms of countries starts. Mega company from Elven Great Power. Yeah, I haven't had a look at all the companies yet. Advanced research, so good if stacked. Yeah, or go construction 3 and switch companies. No, we're not going to go construction 3. I don't think construction 3... I don't think the company is, like, marginally... Like, the company's good, but I don't even know if it's, like, best in slot. If it's not best in slot, it's, like, it's hard to... Like, the 10% state construction efficiency is just insane, but I don't think it's, worth the entire slot relative to, like, what we could get for this. Does someone know what happens if you switch out of construction? Do you lose the company? That's my understanding. Unless they buffed the company. Yeah, I don't even think this is as good as the company we have now. Throughput's really not too much better. I mean, so construction sector throughput is, like, kind of nice. But here's the thing, is throughput, the bigger proportion of your spending is on wages, the better throughput is. And what this ends up being for us, if we were to just increase the throughput, we would still have to pay for all these goods. So what is this, like, we'll call this 80k plus 50k, 130k, 155k, 165, 170k. So we would be spending roughly 170k here. So the 20% throughput would only be effectively saving us money here, because the 170k would get increased, and so, like, it's 20% throughput on, like, 8% of the, and 8% of the value would get, like, would be free money, so it represents, like, you know, 1.6% free construction or something like this, which isn't as much as, like, as a state construction efficiency modifier like this is here. I mean, it's multiplicative with it, but you know. Here we'll be able to, once we do this, we'll be able to see Tefret's company. I think we can see it. Output for textiles and porcelain. That does seem pretty good. And build for textile and glass. Ideally, do you want to be using steel? You want to be using Nimbus. You don't want to be using steel. You want to be using Nimbusian in your construction sectors. I think we are using both. Not sure what you mean. You use both. But also we have, like, a steel company, and we're more, like, steel oriented, and the steel feeds into all the military goods and stuff. We're about to build a ton of ships. Ships use steel as an input. Like, if we come in here, we're about to just shoot up demand for ironclads, whose biggest input is steel. So I do think we want to be steel oriented in the abstract. And if we have a company for steel, then we would rather use steel. Come on, can we get this, please? We've gotten like 4 ticks of it without passing it. Jesus. Gone to the dogs indeed, dog. We're not running that. Oh yeah, we were trying to decide what's better here. This is what we were doing. Why is Ravik so weak this game? I don't get it. They should be first. They're doing pretty good. What do you mean? They're like number 2. What's strong to you? They haven't expanded a lot, but they ate a bunch of Dragon Isles. That's like a pretty big chunk of infamy. It doesn't look big on the map. Like if we look in the ledger, oh my god, our ledger is butt. Why is this sorted the other way? And we can't resort. But you can see at the bottom here, Ravik is the second most prestige. They don't quite have the second biggest economy. But like Ravik and Eredor are just really far out in front. Yeah, these are definitely big. I think that us wanting to maybe keep this company and to make it actually profitable kind of makes us want to do this. The agriculture throughput unfortunately only applies... Actually, the agriculture throughput is really not going to do it that hard. The mortality is going to help us with pop growth quite a lot, though. Let's do this. Ravik usually eats East Deloria. Yeah, they just decided not to, I guess. What's our current level of the institution, actually? Yeah, it's currently maxed. So this would be 25% spread and minus 25% ahead of time penalty. I think we'll do this. We'll go advanced research. We might swap after or later. Of course, we would love the opportunity to Great Gravican. Now, what do they actually want us to do? Foreign investment agreement. I think is this the one? Opportunity bonus from lobbies this year. Yeah. Hard for us to get anyways. But now we have a bunch extra bureaucracy from going the thing. So we can actually incorporate these. And we currently have a negative bureaucracy modifier that's pretty substantive. Oh, yikes. A strike in Korta really hurts. Because Korta's one of our bigger kind of economies. Speaking of, let's EOS this. You know, migration might have been kind of a little bit interesting. I don't know if these places are getting populated. No, they're not. Problem is like, I hate the 20 arable land thing. If I made a mod that was an overhaul, because of the way that mass migration works, I don't think I would have anything under 20 arable land. Because, like, getting these places populated is basically impossible. And it's just, like, from a player perspective, a little bit frustrating. Let's bring all these guys here. Oh, we can't. We can only assign to fronts. Looks like they're all heading that way anyway, though. Economy is going up, up, up. Now we want to declare another war. Let's have a look at our block. How we're doing. And then we'll send... we won't need too much to deal with them. Why don't we just send this 20 stack here? Now I think that we actually want this war to pop off, so we'll do this. We will make the war reparations primaries to make them less likely to back down here. Do we want to increase... I don't think so. Flash fired for Nimbium. Let's check and see if the Nimbium, that's like a PM we want to put in on the Nimbium. Ooh, what's this? Yo. Okay, so it's just a labor-saving PM. I think that we do want to come into the capital, though. In particular, on the tools and the furniture, turn this up. Oh, they immediately stopped that car alarm. You hate to see it. Not the snail stampedes. We're going to take a look and at our adventure coverage. Which decreases SOL if it's negative. Snail stampede, of course, would be giving negative adventure coverage. Ravik is just OP with artificial pops? Probably. Yo, what game is this? Says Yankees fan. Yeah, as Time Lord said, it is in fact Victoria 3. Yep. Yankees fan. This mod, there's a couple things like unique to this mod that allow you to stack up to minus 100% military goods cost, and that's so vanilla. The absolute cap is 85% if you're China and you have 2 military assistance packs. But here we have minus 25% mil goods cost. They also do have an IG, just like China, but there's also this Arcana card, which gives minus 10% military goods cost. So in theory, you can get actually minus 110, which is kind of cute. It doesn't do anything past the 100%, because we already got minus 110%. But if we take a look here, minus 90% military goods cost. So the amount of free money that is getting injected into our economy is, was this like 680,000, which, like, relative to the size of our entire injection is like 20%. Because, you know, this plus this is roughly, you know, 4 times that value. If you're not using your maneuvers, you're losing it. Generals Gaming, true. Big true. Honestly, though. Maneuvers is such a, like, silly system. It should just all be based on infamy. We'll radicalize them a little bit more. We might use them to pass multiculturalism. They are one of the bigger movements. I think we're going to promote social mobility here, because that's a relatively high pop state, I believe. And I think we're incorporating it. Yeah, it's 20 million. Somehow they can leave even though they don't have market. Oh no, wait, they can't leave. That negative pop growth isn't due to, yeah. Let's see if anyone else will accept this-ish. I hate that I can't sort this because the thing's broken. What are we doing here? Horka and Ardwin we're already improving relations with, so We should be fine. Are we just supposed to declare war on a rival just to bust them up? Okay, what's cute about decking an Ardor, maybe? Is I think they have... Ooh, Demonian Empire's gotten some problems. Maybe we put an interest over there and see what we can do. Oh, but we did want to see... Before we do that, we wanted to see the potential companies. Someone said there was a really strong one in this region. Your Tephrat interest should be done? Yeah, exactly. Does EU4 use anything similar to maneuvers? They use, like, war score cost, but the war score cost isn't, like... The problem with maneuvers is it's flat for everything, and so, like, taking one state versus another state costs the same amount of maneuvers. They use, like, something that's, like, the equivalent of infamy, basically. Kind of. I think this is the only Paradox game that has used something like maneuvers. Yeah, it's super clunky, and it's, like, just, like, worse than everything else. Zakzhishka. That sounds like a goblin company. Ew. This is the company we decided to pass on. Bruh. I don't know how this works with the universities. 'Cause these aren't privately owned. How the hell does that work? Getting 55% throughput on universities would be a vibe, though. I don't know how it works. It just must not, right? That's cute. Cute idea. I mean, the devs of the mod made this after... after they changed the thing. It's not like the More Unique Companies mod, which has, like, throughput on, like, stuff that can't be privately owned, effectively. So it can't be... Yeah. Stale harvest condition duration, hunting lodge throughput, shrimp barn building throughput. The hippo ranches are really good, but we don't have that. Oil extractors is a little bit attractive. It's not a bad company there. Port throughput, not terrible, not great. 3.6 Ronkin. This is maybe usable. We're more industrial. Like, given the choice, we'll choose the steel chain of labor-saving PMs over the magic one, though. Lake Thaori? This couldn't have been what you were talking about. Glassworks. Oh, okay, porcelain output. I mean, it's kind of good, but like the flip side, it's only one industry. Shipyards, military shipyards throughput, harvest condition, adventurer coverage. Mariners Guild. That's interesting. Kind of leaning towards this axes and hammer, to be honest. Barca, which I think we might own. Just kidding, we don't own Barca. Not sure how much we could do to break up the Demonian Empire, though. We'll see, I guess. I think we do have a rivalry with them. Just taking a look here. Yeah, so we will make all these groups happier with us. by decking on them. We could just deck for humiliation and then see from there. We support anyone's independence. Nobody wants it. Driftwind and those guys. They're in Ravik. They're in Dorite, yeah. We don't have a rivalry with them. Thought we did. Well, maybe we won't damage relations with them. We'll just not improve them. Who can we humiliate? I know we do have some rivals. We can force Flussum to release a bunch of guys too. Looks like no one wants to help him. We're doing this because we currently have quite a bit of infamy anyway. Who let France into here? I don't even know if we can land Flussum, but if we get stuck in a forever war, that works for us, because we don't have to pay for military goods, and eventually they'll just bankrupt themselves. Super cute. There's another one. The other one, I think we overlooked it. The province starts with a P. Oh no. We already slotted out the companies. Unless it was not in potential. The potential ones are the ones we can't slot in. But could maybe do. Attainable includes like what we have. Attainable is like what we could immediately kind of get. Or semi-immediately. Stampede of snails hit your town. Oh no. Thoughts and prayers for Pelea. Yeah. Vic 3 players say the darndest things, basically. In general, clicking to start a war in Vicky 3 should be more difficult. I'd kind of be on board with this. I mean, want to catch one of these streams? Are you streaming hot syllab of meat? Wait, what? Bueller? Thank you, I think. This map is how France sees the rest of the world. Uncivilized and not even of the same race. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, these are alphabetized, I forgot. I was scrolling at the bottom to see the unique ones. I mean, I think in particular we would like a tooling company. This one would be good-ish. Generic tools is maybe the play, though. That's so cute that generic tools might be it. I don't know. We would want tools in, like, glass and furniture or something. I don't know. Finally. What's our Oppo look like here? The Devout get really pissed, as do the Landowners. Let's do this for starters. I mean, we could get parliamentary pretty easily here. And from there, going multiculturalism is probably going to be easier. The thing is this guy's still alive somehow. And I think as long as he's still alive, we're kind of content to keep our cautious guy. It's not like this guy's cautious, so... Do we have any other cautious guy? No, just everyone does drugs in our country. Sickly and alcoholic. Yuck. Yeah, if we had one devout, going parliamentary would allow us to do things. But we would prefer public health insurance here. And with total separation passed, these guys probably actually just become not a factor. I actually think that religious schools might be the play here. I think we might have made a mistake. We're just taking a look at like some of the pop growth stuff. I think it's kind of hard for us to get the birth rate positive modifier though. But if we do this, and then we could go wizardry schools. Wait, we can't go religious schools? Wait, what? What? Wait. Those guys don't support wizardry schools. Or religious schools. Oh, we have total separation. Oh no, we have to... You can have religious schools and go total separation, but you can't have total separation and go wizardry schools. Not like this. We messed it up. Okay, maybe we just like are just messed up for forever. That's fine. That's not like the essential element of the run. Could go reg bodies. Don't hate that. He's over 65, he can abdicate? No, not like this. Everyone does drugs, welcome to the 1800s. Yeah, put the Coke back in Coca-Cola, dogs. Alright, if our heir was cautious, we'd super stay. I'm gonna find this guy hella hot. Uh-oh. You know what's better than sister wives? Daughter aunts, basically. The classic blunder. Well, the secondary thing is, I think that literacy is not as good as... I mean, literacy is a mixed bag, huh? Because it increases... The thing is like, we're looking at, like, pushing the absolute maximum pop growth. You really have to stack a ton of modifiers to make it really good. Otherwise, 20 SOL is going to be better. But at a certain point it flips and it becomes 10 SOL, but then even then it's still really flat. Like when 10 SOL is best, it's just barely better than 20 SOL. I think we can just go public health insurance here. Call it a day. And we get the government petition. Ayo! Why can't we liberate on any of the subjects? What? Wait. What do you mean? Oh, we don't have interests? The regions required, probably. It's an issue. Well, we're not going after Demonia now. We could do this, maybe. Go after more dudes. Do have to keep everyone still mobilized. God, look at our economy. This is so disgusting. It's like straight vertical. Goods for military buildings. Start a radical movement. We want a movement that will want multiculturalism. I suppose that's kind of what we're going towards with feminism here. I do not do NSFW stuff, Gregor, unless you're referring to spreadsheets. No, we're waiting for the interest to arrive, and then we should be able to put in more war goals. We'd maybe want to fight these guys. We actually don't want them to back down. We want to fight this war just so we're at war. Definitely a vibe. We start passing social laws, you know the game will be ending soon, basically. Journalist is a morally bankrupt and godless man, basically. Couldn't have said it better myself. Is this going to 100? It is. We definitely want to invest in the next level of the institution, so we'll sort by where we don't have much tax stuff yet and do some of this stuff. This is a very weird war for us. We're using all of our maneuvers to make everything primary to make sure that we get to war, and we're accruing no infamy. It's not very often we use all of our maneuvers and accrue no infamy. It's a rare task indeed. He calls himself a humanist because he doesn't care for the laws of lizards. True. There's no lizard in humanist. Sucks that I'm adding a whole bunch of jobs here and these guys are super separatisting. I don't know if these oases finish, actually, before these guys rev. I guess they probably do. Not enough healthcare, true. The healthy bureaucracy. We don't really have a lot of stall chance. I think we're gonna go this so that we can increase. Oh, just kidding. Are we really like just shy of it? No, why can't we increase? Because it's taking this into account. Rip. Rip, rip, rip. Well, we actually like the Devout's currently a Democrat, so we'll do this. Guy supports the reactionary movement. I think we'll say nah. We'll say nah to this guy. Don't really want the reactionary movement gaining any steam, so... We're making sure that we keep the clout of the armed forces above 20, otherwise we lose 15% of our minus milligoods cost. Oh, what are we doing? We set up the entire thing and then we failed to do it. Let's start off with this. The company Need the Province Fineries gives the following bonus: 7% for furniture and luxury clothes, 10% for porcelain and auto builds clothes, glass, and furniture, and gives 15% proceed. Clothes, glass, furniture, and outputs. Porcelain Gate. But in your game, the province got lost. Got lost. Weird. Does it have an additional requirement? Are you building something specific? But we'll land this 300 stack on their face. What is our army power projection now? 2,500. What is Ravik's? We're hoping Ravik increases their army power projection. We can, and kind of do want to delete down some of our army. The problem is we can't do it with a secession movement. So we almost need to pass multiculturalism to make the secession movements go away. Why are we making so much freaking money? What the hell? Wow, is it really just because we juiced up those? No way, it's because we juiced this stuff up. It's not even really been properly juiced yet. It's nice for us. Almost done with feminism. Let's actually see some of this stuff. A lot of people are really upset with us. Kinda wanna annex some people too. If we annex them, we can make a lot of those guys like super disloyal enough to maybe to deck on us, and if they deck on us, then we can annex them for less infamy. Maybe that's how we have to approach this. We are gonna get a whole bunch of these wishstone things done in here before the timer ticks down. There's a bunch of positive migration here. Interesting. If this place does not have a uni, we're going to add one. Oh, they do have a uni. They have a uni that has too big. Nah, we would want them smaller. The colony, they lost it. Does it have anything to do with this? These guys appear to not have clothing, but they do have the fig leaves, but maybe we don't want to click on them. Okay. Move these guys over here. Navy's coming up in size. Too many ironclads, yep. You know what they say, mo ironclads, mo problems. We could just have these guys come here. That would simplify things up a bit. I don't think we want these guys to land there anymore. Here might be fine though. The idea is we want them to land not Flusholm. Okay. We also have to pick some research. Let's all say that saying we all say. Mo ironclads, mo problems. Basically. Every day I say it. Well, that'll give another colonial investment there if we did that. We could go for another company. Aniline makes a lot of sense for the blubber plants, to be honest. But it's not spreading to us anyways. Kind of want to go ahead of time, to be honest. And get this. To try and make our other company profitable. Because that's like the company that's unique to our nation. Alternatively, we could push for scout cruisers. Oh, multilateral alliances is just so good though, huh? Yeah, okay. And we have ahead of time bonus. Our government admins are starting to finish here. Our Navy is absolutely destroying them, despite us having a really big penalty. Because we have too many capital ships. Organization, who needs that shit? Ain't nobody got time to organize. It's just ironclads all the way, baby. Oh, please get there in time. I remember the dream of 1.5, when they said they were going to allow you to assign multiple armies and navies to a single landing. I remember. Do you guys remember? I remember. I think we lose here, but... Oh wow, we don't even have an advantage. Interesting. I mean, this should get... Oh, this doesn't even get in. Wow. Wow. Let's do that then. And then the 75 stack. Let's try landing on these guys. And let's give these guys some more capital ships, eh? The thing is, ironclads don't upgrade. That's actually kind of an obnoxious thing, if I recall correctly. But maybe we just don't care. Now we should be able to land the 75 stack once all those recruit up. It's gonna take a while though, but that's fine. Now our government admins are finished enough for us to do this. And we have a little bit more in the chamber. Where are you going? Oh, back and forth. Okay, cool. Alright, we're winning some of these, it looks like. But getting in here should be pretty good. I don't think they have much defending the coast. Maybe we do want to improve relations with the Demonian League. Maybe we just actually want a maximum float. The extra infamy decay. Inflation is insane. The price is driven to the point for a navy we don't need. Ironclads do upgrade. You have to go really down the check tree to get monitors or something like that. Monitors are a light ship, so it's not monitors. But I believe that they don't upgrade to dreadnought. I believe dreadnoughts can upgrade to battleships, but ironclads can't upgrade to dreadnoughts. They're like, not every, like, upgrade path has a path. Look guys, we have a shortage. Shortage of ironclads. What will we do? We'll add some military shipyards. That place is on auto-expand. That's our one place that has a shipyard bonus, specifically. Dracoria? Dracoria? Okay, let's first make sure that they... Military power of Great Gravican, they do not rate highly, because they're idiots. But what we will do in order to rectify that is this... I'm clicking down on control and like alternating between holding control and the other thing just because of how it fills up. Because if you're under 10, it won't do anything if you click control. But it's time for our true Florida man to shine. And maybe we mobilize this army at like the end of the session or something. Well, let us just do this. No, we run into the same problem. Okay. The last march of the Florida men time. It has to be a linear upgrade. Not all linear upgrades. You can't upgrade. You can't upgrade the torpedo boat to a scout cruiser. Not all of them you can do. surely they now rate our army as being the spookiest of all spooky armies ever. We might need to let it wait a tick, but... Only +8 for military power of Great Gravican? What the hell? What the hell, dog? Oh, no, wait. No, 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 no. We didn't want to click that. No. In that we give them the thing. Yeah. That's kind of bad. Brought us down a level. In terms of relations, but why is it only +6? That's insane, dude. Military is so big. I'm 90% sure ironclads don't upgrade. Yeah, that's what I thought was going on. Is there a way to trick... is there a trick to conscripts? They're always a pain to deal with. I usually end up creating an army in each state and only deleting conscripts from that state so I can limit the amount enabled. That's exactly what you have to do. That's the trick. It's really tedious. I wish that they fixed it so that they mobilize properly. But they don't mobilize properly, right? Now we can build the blubber building. Hublin blubberin'. Plus ammo. Hold up. Ammo production things really suck nuts. If we can create ammo through this, that's a really nice thing. Interesting that we get increased mortality, but I assume the base price of these two things is the same, but the blubber factory I think is a lot more effective than the ammo factory, so if we could like obsolete out all ammo factories and replace it with blubber, so... Base price of this is 40, right? I think the base price of ammo is also 40. No, base price of ammo is 50. So sacrificing this is just an upgrade. Hot. And we will master the blubber. We were born in it, molded by it. I think that we will... Oh, do we not have taverns either? Brother. I was gonna say, we also have the synthetic plants here. Yeah. So this is gonna be our first synthetic plant as well. Rayon is actually now a decent PM, although I don't know if this mod's updated it. Something like that. We'll just get the blubber going. I think there's PMs that we haven't that use blubber that we haven't turned on. Pretty sure that capital ships in general don't upgrade. Yeah, I suppose I don't recall a time where I've tried to upgrade dreadnoughts to battleships, so... Drown the world with goblins, we're trying. We're asking if they're goblin these nuts, etc. Don't know where exactly we're trying to land here. I guess in Flussum? I think we're landing here, yeah. And they're trying to figure things out. Looks like we're getting it over here. I don't remember this being a 97 stack, but okay. If we mobilized all the conscripts, that would go super hard, huh? Time is it? Maybe we do that at the very end of the stream. We certainly don't need the level of conscripts. A shortage and no earnings is a vibe, huh? One at the back there too. They just give in. We're kind of okay with that. Kind of wanted to get ourselves a fight. That makes this part isolated. And also gives us adjacency to these two. Kind of what we were going for here. Yeah, however this mod is calculating army power, it's making it so it's like way harder to sway for stuff. Oh, now, maybe it's just that war was bugged out. Now it's plus 50 for military power. At least on those guys. I guess those guys probably are a lot smaller, so it would have been that anyways. This is about to get in though. Just 2 more ticks. Unfortunately, we get stuffed out of here. Looks like we might get back in though. And here we can land with our... We cannot land. Absolutely hilarious that this navy just gets to stomp everything. We'll choose that guy. But... Wait, why are these guys mobilizing conscripts? Bro. Some other place has conscripts mobilized that we conquered, and this is just mobilizing conscripts out of them. That's kind of obnoxious. Hey, Kindslar. Thank you for the 420. Big nice. Thank you so very much. We'd love to see it. It's on the wiki IRC. I think the dreadnoughts ought to be able to upgrade the battleships, though. I think that it's like, what you're getting from realism is just like obnoxious to the way that it like offsets like playability. You know what I mean? Like the trade-off's not worth it, I don't think. I think it makes the game less playable. Because, like, the thing is like, okay, I would like a button where I could just decommission all my ships because there's actually no... like, the thing is there's not, like, a physical ship that I really care about losing as a resource because it's just a constant consumption of goods. So what I would like to be able to do is just delete all of my things that are associated with dreadnoughts and then build new ones associated with battleships. Like, I'd like to be able to do that, but like actually executing that is just a painful amount of micro. But if they had ships that were like sinkable and actually had value in themselves, then you would not want that play pattern. So let's move that guy over so he's like ready to stick it on a landing when we eventually stick one. But as it stands, like, it's just, I think it's just kind of obtuse. We'll max out there. Some of the places we're building. Yeah, we're starting to use a lot for... We're about to need a lot for supply routes, so... Do we want them to have more momentum? I guess we do. We would like to get over the 75 threshold, right? Because the national movement's now stalled out. Well, there's maybe a dream of multiculturalism. Do that as well. I think the second we start trying to pass it, we're going to lose our movements, and we're not going to be able to pass it. We're just going to be sad. Rights of assembly is maybe a maybe. We do have to make sure our armed forces doesn't get too upset. It looks like they'd kind of be a little bit more upset than we would like. Yeah, let's go reg bodies. We'd love to have some more movements for multiculturalism, but we're not there yet. I guess let's check PMs, because we've gotten a couple texts. We're not necessarily on the latest and greatest. I'm not sure we actually have enough rubber for those steel. That might have been the problem. That might have been the rub. Did we decide that that PM was bad? I can't remember. We might have. There we go. That's what we wanted to tick up to. That one's just got an exclam because it feels like it. Do want a mixed bag there. We have a new type of one of these. I think we would like exotic hides. We don't have a lot of silk, if I recall correctly. Ooh, airship transport. Interesting. On the Wishstone lines. Don't know if we want to prioritize one of those over the others. Well, Monster Essence is more than double the price, so I guess we would want to prioritize Monster Essence. Get another boo-boo. Marmite Makike. Thank you for the follow, big nice. Gobbo Tide's so real. We live in the dream, to be honest. Just makes the game the same. You get the base game 100 times harder. Yeah. Like, in terms of, the actual effect of, like deleting the ships and then rebuilding the ships. try doing that, I guess. We'll move these guys over. Colonial affairs has increased. What are we researching? Yeah, multilateral alliances. I think that the next time we spend infamy, we kind of want to be using the multilateral alliances. We got +1. To be fair, we could go cultural exclusion. Maybe that's the play, man. Maybe we just think that we're not getting multiculturalism. These guys would chill out if we went racial segregation as well. We should have just gotten what we were going. I'm waffling, chat. I'm gonna do this though. Look at the wee-woos. Now this is a problem. I wonder how much our GDP drops. Let's see how much our GDP drops when we're not mobilized. Drops by 20 million. Woo! Alright, so we're gonna need to find ourselves a war and full mobo. I guess maybe it's another... Where are these guys? Just tiny little revolts. We could request military assistance though from Ravik. Dude, maybe we want to bankroll them just so that we can maybe get... That's so gross. If it's worth it for us to bankroll them just so that we can get minus cost, probably not. Flussum's just absolutely brutalized from here. I think, yeah, it's probably just another humiliation war against these guys, I guess. Oh yeah, we desperately need rubber now. We're not that far off of getting things going though. We could liberate. We could also transfer subjects. I think I kind of like just doing this though. And then mobilize all armies, of course. And then this should go back up to 480. Yep, it's ticking back up. I think that replaces our Intelligentsia guy. Well, now we just get a humanitarian. So now we're just gonna go for multiculturalism. Honestly, we don't mind fighting this reactionary movement, so I think we're okay. Give some jobs to the Oasis people. I think they're calming down a little bit. Or, well, we're not going to have a separatist movement from them anymore. Man of War can be upgraded to Ironclad? Yeah, so this is one of the counterexamples. I guess the play is exclusion hard to pass. It's time finally. Exclusion would be easy to pass, but if we're on exclusion, it makes going multiculturalism harder. Pro the guys we're attacking? I don't think so. We could reset attitudes with Devonia here. This is what we want. Oh, hold up. These guys weren't mobilized. There's a mobilize all button. I guess it's just a suggestion. It's just like, you know, if you feel like it. Fair. Fair enough. See how much we have on mill goods cost here. Yeah, it hasn't ramped. Now it's ramping. It's ramping. And our economy, back up. So what is that? Like, our economy dropped down to 470 from, like, close to $500 million. So it's a 15%, or 470. So double to be... So that's a 6% juice to the economy, just the GDP, just from that. Is this movement? Its movement's not even fully angy. I think we've been suppressing this movement. No, we're not. We can though. Let's do something like that. How much of our radicalism is even from discrimination? This is kind of something I'm curious about. A lot from standard living below minimum, but one of this is like, if people are in a high discrimination bracket, they get paid a lot more. Or a lot less, rather. Decreases in SOL is another big one. It's kind of a little bit of a strange one, to be honest. We're making insane amounts of money. Once you factor in the other stuff. That should bring us well over 3K. Fix my military, mobilize the button, no mobilize. Yeah. 500 mil is insane. 500 mil is pretty good. We started the episode like around here, which is like, I think probably a little under 300. I mean, we'd probably get another 50 million if we went with... Oh, man. We're actually just flying up right now because we're mobilizing. To be clear, though, like, we could just, like, conquer everyone and just super blast the military up higher, and that maybe is actually the play. %57% on multiculturalism now, so it looks like we're gonna get this in. Nice and easy. 17 months on multilateral alliances. After we kind of want to delay spending infamy until then. I don't like this event because, so here's what happens is this new guy is probably not a humanitarian, unfortunately. And if he's not a humanitarian, if he takes over the Intelligentsia, it's going to be a problem. So we're going to say that this guy's views are needed. And yeah, he's a jingoist. So if this jingoist... I hate this event because we're being inclusive by including this guy who's currently discriminated against. But and you get this event for multiculturalism, but it doesn't actually help you pass multiculturalism. It hurts you if you choose the option where, like, the new... equality starts here option, like, is bad for equality. You know what I mean? We, of course, will swap everything onto that mobilization option. We don't really care that it's going to decrease stuff. That's just going to increase tools and potions input by quite a lot. Or buy orders for those things. And we're A-okay with that. Oh, bro, are we supposed to go cars? I didn't even think about that. We're probably supposed to go cars, huh? We can super juice demand for cars. The problem is, we'll see if they require God's blood or blubber. Because if they require blubber, we can support it. If they require God's blood, we can't support it. These guys are tiny nothing armies, so we'll leave them. But let's take a look at the tech. Produces arcane caravans. It requires blubber. Now, another thing is also requires rubber. Rubber and blubber, blubber and rubber. And we're gonna expand out all we can, but we really do not have access to too much rubber. In fact, let's take a look. We're really gonna get rubber gated, huh? I don't have eyes. Necesitas los ojos. Let's see potentials. Guess we can go after some of these guys then. This is our subject, right? So we could annex these guys. And these guys aren't recognized. Oop, thought that was running. But hopefully suppressing these guys does some work. They're not that big though. Let's give everyone who's a puppet exempt from service. These guys are pretty big, and there might be rubber here. I can't remember, so we could annex them. think we maybe want them for fighting another guy where they're at. Actually, it's so trivial. So we have a like 200 stack, we have like 300 stack navy and a 300 stack army. It doesn't, none of that matters anymore. I don't know how people play Vic 3 without sorting the goods in the trade tab. It's worse than to see that long list and search for something without sorting. Oh, like sorting like with filters? I probably should be doing that, yeah. To be fair. TBH. We could win this war faster, but we also don't really care about winning the war faster versus these guys. So... well, I suppose we'll win and then go for annexing these guys, and that's maybe fine. Which incidentally will let us colonize a little bit, so that'll feel nice. Speaking of, let's check. Yep, we can colonize a couple new places. We can also incorporate a couple places. I'm not sure if these places have enough arable land. Yeah, it's so hard to populate anything with under 20 arable land. We'll still incorporate it though. Yeah, and that's heading towards 100%. I guess we'll have a rev that will be highly disruptive. Do some of this. And then can't build any fishing wharves of that kind. We know the fish is really good for getting deep peasanting. Also increases SOL a little bit. Hopefully we start getting some good ticks on multiculturalism here. We could still dodge this rev if we get a combination of good ticks. And some other stuff. Do some of that. And then we need more. We're gonna need quite a bit more on Cortez, so we're just gonna do that. We're gonna EOS this bad boy. Should feel pretty good. And once we do accept these guys, we should be able to pull them into our block. Oops. Make a mistake there. I guess the law enforcement would help a little bit with this movement if we could get it increased in time. What mod is this? This mod is Realms of Exther. I sort based on the buy-sell orders and/or market price. Yeah, that's what I do too. But the filtering is probably faster. God, our economy is just popping off so hard. We can't afford to get negative approval of those guys. Gotta keep the armed forces happy for that. I guess we actually have to get tick-tick. So we're gonna use our one time here. We're gonna call one time. Everyone knows how that works. If you call one time on stream, you will successfully pass it on the next chance. But you can only do it once. That's how it works. Those are the rules. Basically, we're adding it any place that has, like, above, like, 0 population. And we think probably at least 1 urban center as well. And then let's do development only. Put all these on auto expand as well. We're gonna lose some of these when this rev pops. I think the rev's gonna pop, or is very likely to, but I mean, maybe suppressing these guys is enough. Who knows? Not me. Well, actually, I think we could get tick, but I think that works as well. We did use our 1 time for it, so. The game is also starting to slow down quite a bit. Combination of this mod having way more types of buildings, and also we're kind of reaching the late-ish game. So but we would love to turn this on to get the trucks. Actually, I think from there we could maybe even go for like radio into some of the later military stuff. Actually failing to advance here, which again we don't mind too much. Other than our guys, our goblins are dying, but also we don't mind too much. Tick might not be enough if we don't. I think we need another good event, because this is gonna happen in 2 ticks here. Fortunately, it's gonna take a lot of overseas provinces as well. It's not taking the capital though, so that's probably not too bad. Capital, we do have disproportionate. We couldn't side in there either. Anyway, usually revs are kind of a better like opportunity for stuff. How close are you? Not very. Quite a few. We have a lot less people than normal. I guess maybe people are also a little bit tired of the run that we currently have. Currently not saving quite as much as we were before. It looks like Ravik is going for these guys now. East Thaloria. Yeah, unfortunate. It looks like it's revving time, boys. So crazy that these places that... Ooh. Oh, we have... Definitely don't want that guy going to the front. Or this guy, really. Yeah, this guy, sure. We were gonna annex that guy, but now we can't, because we're, like, on the same side of a war as them. Can't build these power block statues with those places about to rev. Oh, they're only up to +9. Oh, maybe we get it in. We did call one time. One time in action here. We have rime rubber. I forgot about this. And some peasants to actually employ the buildings up. So we'll try and get that going. The rime rubber is up here. We have to fight Varia for some of this, though, eventually. I think we want to wait until we incorporate. That way it's not infamy expensive. Multilat is still coming in, though. So we get one chance, one opportunity. Oh, let's actually see if these guys are at a breakpoint now. If these guys were at a close breakpoint, we could actually increase wages or whatever. Like if +2 would do anything, getting rid of this modifier, but it won't do anything. So here it is. A little bit. Still hoping for a fascist elves run. Yeah. How inclined are the mages towards fascism? This kind of seems like an elitist ideology. I don't really know, though. Fascism just happens way too deep in the game. Ah, that 9% was a lie. It was, in fact, paradox math. Alright, let's find the capital. Capital's in here, so this will be fairly straightforward for us, I guess. We could actually delete military now if we wanted to. Not sure we want to. This is so disruptive to everything, though. There's going to be a lot of fixing up after this rev. We get farms to factories off this, too, though. It's cute. Loyalists from political movements. I wish that we had clicked that button right before we clicked multiculturalism. That kind of sucks. That would have been a lot more loyalists, eh? So we would have gotten 20% more. Change of what Civil War? Oh, that was our Civil War tick. We'll try and fix this through imports, but it's not really that fixable. Of course, they will be having bigger problems than us. We're in a spot where we could go parliamentary, but we don't want to because we actually like our king. Because he is cautious. We have to wait how much longer before we try this? 10 months. I mean, we'd prefer graduated taxation. We would just raise taxes if we went graduated, I think. So, let's do it. Let's do it. Hi, Generalist. I respect you, but you shouldn't vote. Gaming. I came back to address some allegations that have been made against you. What do you mean? Bro, we haven't even talked or thought about you. As far as I can remember. Yeah. I respect you, but you shouldn't vote. Sure, that's in reference of us being a fan of freedom of movement, but not, in fact, a fan of everyone who comes to the country automatically gets citizenship, which I think allowing that definitely causes some frictional problems. We know we're going to need a lot more here. I mean, it's just the Rev that's doing this, but they're very likely to delete stuff down, so... It's cute that we can import from them temporarily. Your old manners, we're all about Islamic teachings now. I'm not sure how bad, like, doing politics discussion is for the stream. I'm starting to think it's kind of not bad, though. As we finish a lot of these, we'll be able to turn up the PMs, which will be pretty good. We're gaining a disgusting amount of money currently. But, like, a lot of places where we had construction sectors are under the Rev. So really it's just, like, we're gonna need to, like, readjust and do a lot of stuff once the Rev, like, goes away. Including reorganizing a ton of armies, although... we can get rid of some of these, like, little ones, because we don't currently have a Rev brewing right now, which is the main reason why we haven't reorganized the armies. We really don't care where the, like, 1 stack or 2 stack or whatever, or blue stack or red stack or 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish go. We'll just let those guys be distributed. Fist of the future monarchy. We never changed. We never got off the monarchy. I was accused of being an alternate accounts of someone else. Wrong. You're the OG hate watcher. Oh, fair. Fair enough. Then you got timed out instead of banned, I guess. Oh, shoot. We maybe need to mobilize for this. Conscripts. Whoops. I guess we're gonna see what goods for military buildings. Currently it's at 65k. We're gonna see what it is when it gets real expensive, eh? We just want to really ensure that we win this war. And that is also going to be a good one there for us. Yeah, our economy was absolutely crippled by this rev, but that's expected. I guess we do some of this. We haven't used this in forever, but... Wait, we can select like this, but we can't move them. Well, what's the point in being able to select then? Bruh. Alright. You must have been hit in collateral strike, unlucky. Can't believe that Generalist is killing his goblin brethren. They're not my brothers. They have different political views than me. Everyone knows the rules. Could lower taxes to get into a new higher bracket. we're pretty comfortably above it. I think we'll just do that. I think we already have a good enough chance on passing this, so... I'm not a huge fan that we have the exact same flag. That makes evaluating this kind of a little bit difficult, eh? Looks like they might have swapped PMs around. Oh my god, Q, you're like, your username being infinite, like, spaces is like a vibe. It occupies my entire screen on the chat off to the side. Do you know any good philosophy books of science, past and contemporary? Good philosophy books on science. On science specifically. Philosophy. I mean, I haven't gotten to this, but I was pretty impressed with the contemporary introduction for philosophy of language. And I haven't gotten into reading this, but the philosophy of science, they do have one of these. And since I like the other one in the series, that would maybe be an okay one. So it's philosophy of science, a contemporary introduction. Philosophy of language, a contemporary introduction was a textbook for me for one of my courses in philosophy. That's going to be a big one. I don't think we're going to be... Oh, we will be able to side against the Demonian Empire. Demonia just bites off more than they can chew, eh? Well, it seems like we're winning these battles, but we don't really have a good advantage. Looks like we're not winning all the battles, though. Bro, are we in danger of losing the Rev? Bruh. Not sure why we can navally invade there. Is that a... It's an interesting one. But, okay. We'll do that. Man, this guy was like, he just came in full of bluster and then he bailed. The guy was like, you had accusations. He's like, I was the first hate watcher, refuses to elaborate, leaves. I mean, I hope that's us winning. I think we're winning more of these than we're losing. It's a little bit hard to tell. Despite us barely having an advantage here. It is going to be nice for us to occupy all this as well, because we will be able to insta-annex. Unless they... Do they have territory overseas here? They do have that. That's kind of annoying. We love the rubber rush, considering rubber is going to be a problem for us moving forward. Once we get combustion engines specifically, it's going to be a major problem. Ugh. Now we have a disadvantage. The thing is, they have fully utilized conscript armies as well, with quite a bit of population, quite a bit more population actually. So we're gonna get a little bit more in. And they'll conscript up faster. Bro, I had to type it out the second accusation, but YouTube keeps deleting it. I don't know, man. Maybe it's not appropriate to say that. Yo. That was fair, though, I suppose. I think Generals is trying to censor you. You should better get up onto a free platform, speech platform like X. No, I mean, YouTube's auto-bopping him. I'm not bopping any of his stuff. I think he knows that, though. Well, if he doesn't, that's... I don't know what to tell. Oh! We wanted to side in on Ravik. Maybe. That's fine. We're kind of dealing with this Rev anyways. We've misplayed a lot of, like, spots. Well, that's gonna be nice, because we're gonna have that, and they're not gonna have that. Wait, what is this? We're getting landed. Oh, that's not... That's the, like, bug where when you land someone, you... I was about to say, I don't think they have a navy. Where, like, if you're getting landed, it shows the other guy. But we're gonna get in here. Wait, did we occupy it or not? Oh my god, it's just visually non-occupied. Alright, fair, I guess. That's gonna take forever to occupy all those things. We'll just not bother. I can't remember if it shuts off their conscripts when we occupy the territory. I think it might. So this actually just shut off like half their army. If it does that. I mean, now we have a huge advantage, so maybe that is how that's working. In which case this is going to be super comfy. We're gonna not have too much problems. I'm playing as Ching. Is a vibe to release a ton of subjects for that sweet free construction? Probably not. I suppose if they're sufficiently small, it makes sense for it to do it. But like, if having the territory integrated would allow you to build 2 more construction sectors, it won't be worth it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, now they're collapsing here. Because they have no defense against boats. If they had just kept army over here, they'd be able to do it, but also super excited to see how much debt they've run up. Because we get a portion of that. We'll do that, and then I guess we'll Hail Mary landing up here or something. I don't know if they're defending against landings or what, but... Oh, they also might just be spaghettiing. Because they're trying to move guys to this front, but it's too slow. So that 50 stack will land in there. And then we can, I don't know why we can land this, but it visually doesn't look like we can land it. It's probably Tarkus modding from the shadows. That would be kind of funny. I think this might have been the guy who had the beef with Tarkus. I guess I'm not 100% sure. We're trying to get in here. I mean, it looks like we're doing a good enough job pushing and stuff. Oh, we get an uprising, which we kind of don't like. Because now we're not going to be able to stand down the armies properly. I guess that's kind of okay. Makes us regret more not joining the other, like, army thing. Get this one as well. We'll just try and get this through faster. Let's see how much goods for military buildings. Okay, we're spending 200k on goods for military buildings with minus 90% reduction. So that means the stimmy to our economy is in excess, or is like nearly 2 million. Right here. That's insane, because we still have minus 90% cost. We haven't lost that, unless the armed forces are pissed at us. Let's take a look. And we have minus 90% mill goods cost. So that means 10x this. So roughly 2 million. So 2.5 million in terms of... and that's counting the military goods. Okay, yeah, 2.5 million. So on top of this 2.5 million government spending, we're getting 1.8 million in free spending. Which is insane. Okay, I give up. I tried like 5 different versions. The point was you used the wrong pronoun for me and I was triggered. Did I use a gender neutral pronoun? Was that the problem? Or did I use him when you're a her? The fact that you can't say it like in the way that you want to say it suggests to me that you might be making a bad faith complaint. But you know, I mean, you're describing it, but you couldn't say it the way you wanted to say it, which is not in this description, but instead in a different way. Oop, we do need to declare a war. Guess we could probably go for a full annex on this guy. It's gonna cost like 30 something infamy though. Or we could just take the states with gold. Let's move a defensive stack over there. Anyways, military goods is probably the strongest modifier in the game. Goods cost is probably the strongest modifier in the game. I don't know about strongest. I mean, it's really strong. Stacking it in particular is really strong. Like, you have way more... So the thing is, we have way more military and navy than we, like, ever would under, like, a normal circumstance. And that's the driver. Kind of wouldn't mind scout cruisers though. Other than, you know, let's double check. I think they might require radios. Yeah, they do. Like all the military stuff requires radios, so it's very common, which makes like the ahead of time that we can do here decent. But we're not even done conscripting up as well. If we finish conscripting up, I think we will be getting just as much, like, because this is now 2.5 million. We're actually at the point where our stimulus from the free money modifier almost exceeds our entire normal government stimulus. Which is why our, like, economy, despite us being in a rev, is, like, rebounding so hard. But we'll get to see it post-rev, too. Yes, use gender-neutral pronoun and, more importantly, plural. We don't wait the same guy. Singular is enough. So I use they to refer to you? Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty standard convention using they in a gender neutral sense when you don't know the person's pronoun. So but specifically, that's not me calling you something that you don't identify with. That's me calling you, like, the neutral thing. I suppose maybe you don't identify as being neutral. Do I think that's problematic for me to do? I mean, to some extent, I think you're just trolling. So I don't think you're operating in good faith. Like, as a viewer who's, like, trying to reach out to me and articulate some sort of grievance that, you know, otherwise... Well, you even said you'd, like, hate watch me rather than, like... but, like, if a viewer, like, reaches out and says, hey, like, this caused me, like, psychological discomfort, I'd rather you didn't do this, especially in your interactions with me, like, I'd be relatively receptive to, like, change things. I suppose I wouldn't do anything. But I think you're just trying to kick up a certain type of reaction, and you're trying to, like, get me to trip over my own position more so than actually articulating some sort of grievance that you would like me to address, and otherwise you, like, don't have well, you definitely have a problem with me, but, like, so you're just trying to trip me up and, like, into this type of thing. Also, like, the convention of using gender-neutral language, I suppose you could disagree with the entire convention. I'm a pretty big fan of it, because that's just the way the English language is evolving, especially in technical writing. There's some people who use he, she, like, instead. But as far as, like, academic and technical writing goes, the trend overwhelmingly is towards using, like, a gender-neutral they, and to some extent, like, the meaning of words is however people use them, and the, like, usage trajectory of how to deal with it when you don't know someone's gender is the trajectory is very much towards, like, the gender-neutral, like, position, and I think is already, like, I think that's, like, already the position, so I'm not that interested in... This is us winning that, right? Yeah. They don't have enough votes. Yeah. It has a point. Well, I didn't refer to him as an it, but, yeah. Consider myself neutral good. Yeah, it's probably the good camp to be in. Ayo, the good camp, get it? He's inexperienced. Do be like that. Kids pulled me away for a minute. What's the drama? Oh, it's a guy who's saying we misgendered him because we used a gender-neutral pronoun instead of his preferred pronoun. But, like, I think he's just trying to find a contradiction in my position that, in my opinion, is not there. For the purposes of, like, trying to make my position look absurd, which my position is if I don't know someone's gender, I'm going to use gender, like, neutral language. Also, if I'm uncertain, I'll just default to gender-neutral language. So, like, even if I know someone's gender, but then I, like, forget it, I'm just going to use gender-neutral language. And so his grievance is that we've given cause for grievance over this. And I just... I mean, if he's legitimately aggrieved, he's legitimately aggrieved, and that's, like, a thing. But I also, like, don't necessarily believe him. So, or necessarily, like, want to please everyone. Like, with a name like White God 88, I'm pretty sure the position he's coming from is quite divergent from the position I'm coming from. So, yeah. It's not about the gender-neutral pronoun, it's about the plural. I don't have the average weight of an American, so singular is enough. So, when used as a gender-neutral usage, the word they is not plural. It's not necessarily plural. It can be used gender-neutral singular. Which is, like, to some extent, I wish we had just, like, another word, but, like, we don't. So it's, like, it's singular in the context I'm using it. Or it's ambiguous as to whether it's singular or plural. We would kind of rather he just back down, and then we just start another war somewhere else, I think. In particular, we do want to annex these guys, but we have to resolve that war first. But we're getting close to resolving our civil war, so we'll be in good shape then. Now it's Captain Obvious. Yeah, so, like, if someone wants to be, like, if someone's like, I identify as Optimus Prime, please call me Optimus Prime, I'm not going to indulge that. And I run the risk of, you know, offending someone. But I don't think... Actually, you know what? Even if someone, like, legitimately, like, identified as Optimus Prime and wanted to be called Optimus Prime, I probably wouldn't indulge that either way. There's, like, limits to, like, what I consider reasonable. They're not gonna find a friend in me. I have a nephew who was born a niece. If you don't know, better not to assume. Yeah. Well, that's kind of, I think the... Well, also, like, the meaning of words is, like, how people use them. And, like, that's, like... How people use the word they is, like, they use it as a gender neutral, like... yeah. Like, if you, like, study linguistics, like, there's, like, the prescriptive theory and the descriptive theory, and overwhelmingly, like, the one that's, like, considered more legitimate is the, descriptive one. Some people think that, like, words have, like, meaning in the abstract or something like this. Yeah. In fairness, I've been getting vote suppressed for well over a year now. Yep. You hate to see it. I'm a little surprised this guy didn't back down. Oh, he insta-capitulated. Huh. Interesting. Alright, what's this up to now? So now, the free stimulus is just under the amount of stimulus that we're getting, the amount of government spending. So this is 3 million ish that we have, which includes 10% of the military goods cost, and the remaining, like, 2.7 million we're just getting for free. So, like, we have an absolutely monstrous mobilization here, right? We have, you know, make sure they're on the right front. We are mobilizing 1,500 conscripts, and it's barely, like, denting our eco, because our goods for military buildings just hasn't gone up. What has gone up is military wages. This has climbed pretty considerably, because now we're paying all the conscripts, but absolutely insane spot. Yeah, and there's the revolt gone. But we still have the full thing mobilized, so the goods for military buildings, all this has went up. To be fair, our other expenses went up as well. And now we have to fix all this. What the hell is the Emerald League doing here? Get out of here. You don't want any part of this shit. Alright, let's fix all of our PMs and then find someone to declare war on, maybe. Well, did we have everyone on elastics? I think maybe we can't swing that, so we'll do this. We would prefer it, but Let's go mechanical looms on everything. The AI unfortunately likes to put in labor saving PMs, so they might have labor saved a lot of those, which would be a little bit unfortunate. I think we actually forgot to swap over some holes anyways, so... Yeah, it looks like the AI did go labor-saving PM with those. But they usually won't eat an enormous penalty. So maybe we don't need to be too aggressive about stuff. I think we do go Steam Donkey in all of these. To prevent the AI from, like, using rock rollers, because they might have used rock rollers instead. The other ones will kind of, like, the other portions of the PM will just, like, leave. Which might be a little bit of a leak, but I think it's probably not too bad. These we definitely want automatic irrigation on all of them, and then I think we were of the opinion that grow weavers made sense on some of these, but not all of them. And the ratio on these was like different for some to another. I think we did one on there. Airships, probably worth. I don't think we have enough airship production to support that, but eventually we'll get there. We'll let those boys self-regulate. Surely nothing bad comes of that. We're close to the point where we could just use all on hardwood production. Do some of that. This is the downside of a rev. I can't believe we forgot to swap that. Rip the dream. That'll help the armed forces be a little bit more powerful. I don't think we own any of those. No, we don't, so we can't click on them. We will let the PMs be the PMs here. God's Blood seems good. We haven't double checked all these, but I think they're okay. I think we like no alternatives. Dun, 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 dun. All the PMs to swap over. It's a little labor saving. Although we are starting to get like more in the labor saving direction here, so. Soon we will have arrived. Good old goldfish. You love to see it. We definitely want the option that gives us more. Kind of interested in that, yeah. That gives us gold, so that seems pretty good. Squid giving dyes in the form, or like ink is going to be the thing that's giving dyes. That's pretty cute. Let's do safety potions. guess government bureaucrats maybe on the artificeries. Economy is gonna need some time. Oh, specifically we gotta put in buy orders for stuff, or we have to put in construction. But I think that, yeah, we should be able to just like, we're gonna sort by job seekers, and then every place that has a lot of job seekers that doesn't have a power plant we'll just go for. That way because we don't want to build these in really low population places, because then they won't be able to make use of them, like really. I think 50k will be our cutoff. So we'll do that, and then we'll come in here and make sure that they are all auto-expanding as well. It looks like that fills out our queue. We'll get international exchange. Okay, thanks for the opportunity to address the accusations against me. I'll watch later on 1.5x speed. Since you sound weird on normal speed, bye. Alright, see you later, dude. Enjoy your hate watching, I suppose. How much is conscript getting paid? Are they stimulating the economy? If they get more than peasants, for example, they are going to be stimulating the economy way more than peasants. But a big part of that is the military goods, like, that they are going to be creating. But the flip side is, if they were pulled out of a factory job, then that's not a good thing exactly, right? So, oh, it's interesting that we can do such a big route and it not be... I think a lot of our trade routes also have to, like, readjust is after we, like, get this in. So everything's kind of... Yeah, look at this now. Look, it's just, like, super hard recovery. And then we were planning on increasing taxes here one notch after passing. A lot of goods for military buildings up to 300... But now it's not as big a proportion. It's still an enormous proportion of free money, though. We did need to find someone to invade. I think we're gonna downsize this now, though. We did get a good, like, look at just, like, how absurd some of this is, but... I mean, it's net still costing us a lot because of mill wages, right? And I don't know how many people in this army got pulled out of factories, which is not something we would really prefer. We also have way too much... Did stuff that was incorporating stop getting incorporated? I think that also happened, yeah. Oh, well, these are now just incorporated straight up. Why do we have so much more? Did they spam a ton of government administrations? Is that what's going on? And that's like what's kind of hurting the economy? Well, let's sort by goods. We know that there's a ton of rubber potential here. In the dorite market. Unfortunate. Although there's quite a bit in here. But we're colonizing that. No progress, why? No active interest. Son of a bizzle. But we have an active interest there, so what gives? Is it just bugged? Maybe just bugged. I mean, we could go a little closer to home. Annexing these guys maybe makes a lot of sense. The problem is, like, we really have to annex them. Oh, they're a lot of infamy. Why? They're a major power. Makes sense. Okay, okay. Does this give us access to rubber? Yeah, it does. Alright. I think that those guys were small there. And then let's take a look here. So we can slam in a bunch more rubber now. Or maybe this is part of the problem here. Supply routes. There we go. We figured out the problem, chat. These guys are also going to be trending huge, I think. We might as well get this, which is going to decrease the supply cost when we have guys overseas, which is kind of nice. So now our trade routes can absolutely balloon in size, and once that happens, our economy should just like go into outer space. I don't know if it's worth us keeping the conscripts up. And where the League has unincorporated state and Goblin land. This is a good point. Still 14 infamy. God, that's insane. With all of our modifiers and stuff. I guess. We kind of wanted to annex these guys for the rubber. God, why are there so much infamy? Varia's supporting their independence. Interesting. Do we have any return state CBs? No, we don't. We're also at 11 infamy, so we don't necessarily have to blink yet. And we can wait for this to finish so we don't have massive conscripts. Let's go trade route competitiveness. Yeah, our exporting bullets is gonna get real good as soon as the conscripts come down, which I think we want to do, just so that they can work in other like in factories or whatever. But I'm actually not 100% sure. So we have to pay out so much in that, but I mean our economy should like drop by several million. So you'll see once this war finishes, our economy will drop by several million here. Yeah, if we knew that we were only targeting peasants, then it would be worth it, but I think we're causing some levels of underemployment in factories by what we're doing. Oh, we also use some of these, which we don't need anymore. Modernization, socialist, liberal, anarchistic. I don't need any of that. I don't know. A lot of these movements should just go away, right? Because we have multiculturalism in. I guess that's not how that works. They kick around for a little bit. We also wanted to have road maintenance and manufacturing here. And then social mobility. It's also greener grass here, though, because we just want to get more in. And then... the thing is, we can't get a mass migration, like, in a lot of these spots. There's not enough arable land. There is here, I guess. Let's do that. Okay, we have poor infra in a bunch of places. Why is that? Did it really just expand so much? Do some of that. In my head, we already passed graduated taxation. I already increased taxes because of it. Well, they for just singular gender neutral programs has been used since at least Shakespeare. That's completely normal. Yeah, but it's like it was like 30 or 40 years ago, it was considered, like, incorrect. Even if it's had, like, some usage for a longer period of time. It's not, like, incoherent to say that it's, like, wrong. It's just... I mean, I remember I had some professors that were sticklers about it. Or they wouldn't mark you down, but they, like, preferred something like this. But then, like, I also had professors that would require that you use it. So... I don't know how we got just so much excess of this. Did they just, like, absolutely blast government? They must have just blast government things. Yeah, I don't think we had 60 of these here. Try and like solve the tax waste problem. So the next thing we're gonna do is going to be okay, so now we're demobilized, so curious to see how much the economy tumbles by us demobilizing. 40 million. It's the military industrial complex. Our goods for military buildings went down by like 100% basically, which means the stimulus, the free money stimulus, went down by a similar amount. So we do want to find another war and just mobilize everyone. I'm kind of surprised we don't have more influence over these guys. We could annex more of our subjects, I suppose. They were going to be really pissed at us either way. Because we annexed one of them, so they're all going to be angy. As long as they're below the threshold, though, we will get the infamy cost reduction on them. So these guys are maybe a little bit attractive for the rubber up there. They will not accept, but we are getting the multiplied by 0.25 because they're a subject. Which if they're over the disloyalty like portion, so like the silver serpents are now, if we went to annex these guys, that's actually why they're expensive. We're not getting the discount. We get the discount if they have an uprising against us though, so. To be fair, what we could do with the silver serpents is we could no, we don't have one that would instantly increase it. Well, you could reduce subject payments. And then I think we could grant a governor. Actually, no, wait, we don't need to. And now it's only 4 infamy. And now we can mobilize everyone. I'm gonna actually delete a lot of these. It's just gonna move the army around. I don't think we care too much where they get moved to. We just want to organize it a little bit better. Is delete a hotkey? Surely it's not. No, it's not. And then some of these are like conscript armies. And then we have to fight Varia too. We would like to mobilize all the armies. All the armies. All the armies. Sad that that button doesn't work. I wonder if it's because we just have too many armies, or we've had too many armies, or we've merged too many things. Or what exactly is causing that. But we'll keep all these guys like mobilized for all time, so... Oh, we missed our opportunity there. We want to try and isolate stuff. If we can. Maybe see if we can release someone. I somehow doubt most people are complaining about they have been doing it out of love for the modern descriptivist language. I think there are other motives at play. No, I mean, in the realm of academia, the like the people I know who dislike they will use he or she, just like over and over and over again, and it's very like there's definitely people who dislike it, and they dislike it out of a principled stance on like the being precise with language. They exist. I think we're going to try and keep things going to some extent by auto-expanding all this stuff. Mainly because we don't want the queue to idle. Idle queue is bad. See how that adjusts up. I don't think that added too much to the queue though. Looks like it didn't. Alright. Use a little bit more blubber. I guess the Oasis has some consumption of that stuff there. We want to build in places other than Kadern. Steel, super profitable. Alright. Part of it being profitable is the fact that it doesn't have good market access, which effectively increases the price of steel, because it's using steel to consume. But we know that some of these places we have a decent amount of things in. No hippo ranches for us. This is best depeasanting job, so we're gonna kind of go after it a little bit aggressively. Some of those as well. That should be good. Next to the fact that getting hung up on descriptivism is usually pretty weird anyways, and really not how that's meant to work. Ew. To some extent, you're barking up the wrong discipline if you think philosophy isn't going to be super... I mean, I was a philosophy major. Some people are really anal about being precise. And if there's a discipline to be really anal about being precise, it is certainly philosophy. Unfortunately, the cars don't consume the oil, they consume... Or, well, I guess it's actually kind of fortunate, but they don't consume... They consume blubber. So now we're gonna have a massive blubber shortage, I think. Not even sure we want to use the cars in the... in the urban centers, because we're going to create so many buy orders with military that are going to get covered. So let's see what this has done to our poor boy. I imagine cars will be extremely expensive, and so will engines. Yeah, engines are as well. Engines are as well. Let's get some of those at the front of the queue. We also have import routes for engines, so that should work. Are you bored with vanilla? I never see you play vanilla anymore. I play vanilla off stream to some extent. A little bit, yeah. I think that it's been more interesting for me to play modded. I think the next run we play is actually going to be vanilla, though. Or we're going to have a vote between vanilla and not vanilla, and considering how I think people are going to vote, I think it's going to end up being probably vanilla. Which of these guys is most expensive? One of those. Alright. Whoa, our boats we didn't organize. No, not like this. Why do we have 40 frigates, man? Did the AI... Wait, is the AI Rev allowed to downgrade to frigates? I mean, we didn't... I feel like we didn't build that many torpedo boats either. Let's do some of that and try and get this thing going. I found your tutorials on Vic 3 recently and really helped you learn the game. Made the game a lot more enjoyable. Glad to hear it. Glad you're enjoying. Welfare. It's weird to get attached to that. Yeah. I mean, like, the philosophers are the type of people who will have an argument about how there's a logical difference between ordering a taco without lettuce and sauce and ordering a taco without lettuce or sauce. Journalist chats, good to see you. Hey, Ethan, how's it going? Are your pops goblins? Yes, they do be goblin. They do be goblin. It's a good time to be a goblin. Oh, we should have thought of our GDP before we turned on cars. I think the cars really pops off our GDP, though. And the fact that, in this mod, the fact that it intakes blubber is actually going to be good for us, I think. We'll put more blubber plants at the back here. I think this is a net positive. Well, we won't need a very big army to deal with these guys. We will need quite a big army to land Varia. I think Varia's capital's over here, though. Oh, no, just kidding. They don't have much of an army. Real dog? Is this all you got? We'll still land with, like, the 200 stack because it's funny, but... Oh boy, will we land. Oh, the places you'll land, she said. We have such a disgustingly high amount of bureaucracy, though. We could downgrade PMs. I think the AI that when they rev just like went absolutely bananas and used all their construction to build bureaucratic centers, which is like not exactly what we would have wanted. We'll do that, and then will this guy land with the 30 stack into here. Should work out okay. let's kill these trade routes. Get rid of the notification. I think my main issue with modded, and probably for most viewers, is that they have no frame of reference. These fantasies are how going to compare things are going. Yeah, so I think it usually the earlier episodes do a lot better than the later ones. Because if you haven't been watching and you don't really have like the context, it's maybe not as interesting. The sea lane strategies, and like the big thing here is like just we're getting a disgusting amount of free money. We're getting like 850k, which it's kind of held strong at like being a very large percentage of our you know, kind of total government stimulus, but it gets better as we tech up. We kind of want to tech up a little bit more and see some more of like what that'll look like, but we're kind of also coming in on like our end timer for when we want to wrap up the stream, because I do want to try and record a pop growth tutorial today. That's kind of the thing we've been working on, so public transit does complete. And that'll take me quite a long time to do, so. But, like, already, like, so the thing is, you can, we are currently at 90% reduced mill goods cost. You can stack up to 85 on China. So, another video I've been trying to collect some notes on is, what the theoretical max GDP would be. And, you know, if you can free money stimmy the economy, China is like a really strong contender. There's a few others, though. I don't really know exactly what it is. I just know like what the strengths of like some various runs are, and I just don't know which strength is better. Graduated, big nice. I think our budget will get a little bit worse here. Or it should. No? Bueller? Alright. And reg bodies would be fantastic for us right now, because we have like infinite bureaucracy. So I think we'll do that. Not at the point where we can change a card. I forget how frequently we can do it, but us getting rid of the infamy decay might make more sense right now. Maybe we're kind of okay. Yeah. These poor bastards are trying to fight, like, a 270 stack, like, monster navy. I do dislike the upgrade paths with the way, like, if you had discrete ships, like, the fact that you're locked out of upgrading wouldn't be annoying, because it would make sense, but, because you can't upgrade those, like, discrete ships, but it just adds tedium. I would really wish you could, the sorting wasn't broken right now. It's kind of an annoying bug. It's not like the worst though. Ravik could give us military assistance if they loved us more. We're at war with a nation that's friendly to them. Well, that we could overcome. Urbanization per urban center is like pretty nice. Well, I don't know what we would want here. I saw military and I like started foaming at the mouth because I thought there was another minus mill goods cost modifier. There's no unique company in vanilla that gives it just the generic, was it ammo and explosives, which we're currently using in this mod. Plus bureaucracy, it's like one, kind of more bullish on paper than I have been in the past, but I think it's still not good enough. Production research speed is a little bit attractive. I guess we don't have this set up already kind of where we want to go for. Output's a very strong like modifier to get. We would want a good tooling company. And yeah, we were thinking of going for this one. Tooling and small arms. Motor industry's throughput actually... Alright, so we have 200 gizmo factories, just to like kind of get an idea of proportionate. We're gonna have 100 of those. We have a lot of steel, but we have a steel company. We don't have tooling company, we have 400. We don't have textiles, we have 280. So textiles, glasswork, tooling, and gizmos would be all kind of good to get companies for. I mean, we don't have... Actually, we don't have coal. So I think it's just coal sulfur generic, actually. We could do this, but we already have a steel company that's we like kind of a lot. I think it's just that. Does it help us to get military assistance? Surely it does. No? Us being on... Well, I guess we're not at war yet, or in the same side yet. They're gonna capitulate relatively soon. We will... land with these guys as well. Is everyone a goblin or are there other races? What's the mod based? It's based on D&D. And there's a ton of other races. There's, like these are humans, which is perhaps less interesting. We got dwarves. We have elves. There's a few... more interesting ones, like, where's the vampires? Dreadmore is vampires. Over here there's living fauna, although they look like monkeys. Or awakened fauna, rather. So there's a bunch of them. That's not the limit of them. The gnomes are, like, a pretty big faction here. And they're really cool. Yeah, shout out to them. We could go public motor carriages. I mean, the PM is good, I think. If I recall correctly, the PM is worth. I'm gonna build some rice, because it's pretty nice. Builds very quickly. I think the mod is lead dev's custom D&D setting. Yeah. Do you think minimum and maximum prices is a good game dev solution in Vic 3, or would you prefer free prices without limitations? My understanding is it gets a little bit messy without the limitations. The base price is already like a weird abstraction. I think I'd probably prefer a bigger range, but still having a range. So now will you give us military assistance? Diaravic? No, you will not. I wonder if Varia is the one that's friendly to them, or if it's one of Varia's subjects. It's not these guys, though. These guys... Oh, maybe it is these guys. What happened there? Are we... Ah, there's the Corsair allies. Got it. We can't invite anyone to our embassy, though, right now. It is expanding quite nicely. We've been trying to get these guys in for, like, forever. We're having a little bit of trouble in that regard. How are we doing here? Well, we're landing quite well when we don't have the penalty here. Bird stream when? I don't know. There's been people requesting Dreadmore. I think we're going to put it to a vote whether people want to see vanilla or modded. And there's another mod I was interested in trying, so that's probably going to be the other option. So I don't think... I know that this mod will get updated tomorrow. But I don't think we'll be playing this mod tomorrow either way. How's fertilizer? Push that maybe, because I think that this place, if that place has, wait, why do we have a bunch of fertilizer there? Not like this. What? Alright, where do we have sulfur? We have sulfur here, here, and up here. We have a lot of sulfur here. That's probably going to cause some problems, but we'll live with those. We'll burn those bridges when we get to them. Alright. What's the other mod? The one we were thinking of trying is Project Variety. The update is pushed back to the 12th because of the holidays. That makes sense. So we could, in theory, keep doing this run, but I think that we're kind of... I mean, so whatever effect we have will get more pronounced as we get into the later PMs. So as we get radio and then trench infantry and like all the PMs, it'll get more and more pronounced, but... Is this guy not ticking anymore? He's not, Legasp. He is no longer ticking. This will make him tick, though. You know what I mean? And this landing probably gets in real easy now. Absolutely disgusting. We're just like landing into a 400 stack. I mean, we do have the landing penalty like thing, but it's still disgusting. So we annex Silver Serpents. We're not sure if those were the guys. Where about these guys? Whereabouts you be? These guys want to join the power block. Sure. So it must be Yeah, now we're fighting these guys. Although there's the landing that gets us in. In theory, we should have our navies divided a little bit more intelligently, but I think we're about done. Have you tried any of the Exther nations with story content? I've tried a lot. What do I think of it? I'm a little bit less focused on the flavor. It's like somewhat interesting. We don't read the entire journal entry a lot of the times. We just read like the effects, and so it's kind of hard to say. I might not be the correct guy to ask for that. Form an alliance. We would love that. More importantly, we would love this. We're so close to getting it anyways. And Ravik doesn't really like our government. So we could just slot in PB Armed Forces. I think we could just slot in Armed Forces. Temporarily. Oh, we want to do better than a 22% chance. I think that'll generate a sizable chunk of radicals doing this, but it's based on how big the group is. Let's get an alliance first. Coin flipping this. And they give us military assistance. Hot damn. And now we can switch back to getting rank bodies. And now we have no military goods costs. Look at this, military wages. Where'd those military goods go? Not here. Not now. They're gone. Oop, we wanted to look at our modifiers. We haven't had this most of the episode, but there we go. Favorite Paradox game? I mean, over the course of history, I've probably liked EU4 the most, but like right now, it's probably Victoria 3. It's not the one I would most enjoy playing right now, though. But that has more to do with the fact that I have like 3,500 hours in it, and I like, if there's an equilibrium level of like an amount of time I will play a video game, right? That equilibrium will be increased by my getting more viewership in it, and so this means like generally speaking, I'm going to overplay Victoria 3 because that's what my viewers like want to watch, relative to like if I could choose to play a different game. Although, like, given the choice, I would still play a lot of Victoria 3, just not quite as much. Or, like, if it were utterly irrelevant, you know, the other stuff. I think we're going to push up the explosives here, too, to 50. How much pop we got here? It's probably enough. I wonder what our peasants look like. Yeah. Got some unemployed. We can actually target those. Like food industries. Boldu is the worst. So food industries have a very large employment requirement, or yeah, they require a lot of people to employ up. Yeah, so this is what the AI did. They just dropped like an enormous amount of governments, like way more than we would have wanted. So That is a little bit not what we wanted, obviously. Gonna find our urban centers and make sure that they all swapped up to electrical. Actually, we're gonna swap our wood as well, which is gonna cause shortages, but then our auto expand should be able to handle that. Yuck. Oh, we never did this stuff. Really, we can't colonize here? Say what? But a big part of why we went for this is because we wanted more rubber. So much for more rubber. It certainly is a little bit more rubber, but I'm an everything bagel supremacist. What are your thoughts on bagels? I like bagels a lot. My friend's like wife's mom, like I've only met her once, and like, or I've interacted with her on like 3 separate occasions, and each time more than 50% of what she talked about was bagels, which I don't think is representative of her as a person, but man, she really talked about bagels. If I'm reading this right, Project Variety is basically vanilla plus plus. Always on board for that. It's like a lot of plus plus though, it looks like. I have to take a closer look. But yeah, I really do like everything bagels. You said the word? Uh-oh. Am I not supposed to say bagel? Is this a thing? Not like this. They got me. Chat got me. Oh no. Yeah, this has just been like insane for stimulating the economy. See, the thing is, like, we're running like effectively like a massive deficit, but we're nowhere near like defaulting because the goods for military buildings are not even present here anymore. We can't even know how much money we're saving, which is like a reason to want 90% so we can actually show off what we're doing. Imperator boo. Vic 3 at the moment is pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I like a lot of what's going on in Vic 3. There's definitely some problems. The problems are specific to the military. The only reason, like, I was super excited about Vic 3 and bought it on release is because it was supposed to be economically focused. And the front system that everyone hates so much, where it's supposed to be, like, very hands-off. To be fair, I wish it were more hands-off. That was the primary reason why I actually, like, shelled out for the game on release instead of, like, waiting for a sale or something like that. It's because I wanted the, like, more hands-off thing. The problem is like, Infamy Decay is, like, a resource and you get no reward for, like, playing nice or anything like this, which I kind of hate, because I, like, actually just want to, like, I want peaceful ecoing to, like, feel good. And since I make videos on the game, and it's, like, bad to just, like, let your Infamy Decay, I'm just, like, always at war. What I instead do is I try and stay under 25, which is kind of like a little bit of a compromise, and like there's definitely times when you're supposed to go over 25 that I just don't. Fairly often, but these things come up. Maybe we get one more law pass before the end of the stream. I suppose that we're probably on an actually pretty good timetable. So maybe let's take a look at, like, kind of some stuff that's going on. So we have the minus milligoods cost, minus 100%. That's, like, pretty substantive to, like, round things out. As far as army power projections goes, or power or prestige or this type of stuff, let's actually do this to, like, have a comparable prestige, because the AI doesn't like to run low government wages here. So we'll let our prestige update. But let's take a look at the ledger. So we have double the next guy in terms of prestige. GDP went from being kind of in the same pack as these guys, like on the episode start, to just like being disgustingly ahead. I think Demonia was like 100k or 100 million at the start of this episode, but we just like, in the span of, I think this right here, this point right here is when we got the minus mill goods cost and we added a bunch of military. And to be fair, we should be adding even more military right now. We should be adding like, the only thing we should be constructing with our active queue should probably just be ships. Because the ships will just give us so much stimmy. Simmy for Jimmy. The problem is they don't upgrade directly, so we kind of want scout cruisers before we go ships, but this like disgusting like come up is a huge portion of this is the free money modifier we're getting from stacking minus mill goods cost. And to be fair, even before here, we have significant minus mill goods costs. We just don't have like 90%. I think we had like 45-ish%, like up kind of through this period. And it was like then we just started really turning and burning because we added a whole bunch of stuff. So like it's super interesting. Or like I have videos on this that are like more advanced in nature. The video on why command economy is bad like kind of goes in this great detail, but free money modifiers are better than just getting free income by an enormous margin because they are just juicing up the economy like really hard. Like we have way more. Let's take a look at buildings. We have way more of everything that's associated with the barracks, which incidentally, like our food industries. Here, let's actually look at our just sort by goods. So, for example, if we come in here and we look at what's actually buying these in terms of buy orders, we'll have, 2 or 3% is going to the barracks. Okay. And then if we look at fabric, like if we're just trying to evaluate how much it's being stymied, where is... I know fabric gets used. Does it not? Maybe it doesn't. It'll be a little bit until we hit mill goods, but the entire production chain, like explosives factories is our biggest input here, right? And then for explosives, they go into naval bases a little bit. So around 5% is going into the naval base. So this is just entirely stymied by, what is it, the military, but also it's going into munitions, which is going into military. Lead mines to some extent are like going into military because this is also going into munitions here. Just like so much of the economy like leads into this, and the buy orders are pushed up, and so what this means is the prices get to be a lot higher like overall in the market. And when you have higher prices overall in the market, it lets the PMs be more valuable. We also obviously do have just like the small arms orders, which to be fair, we actually have an enormous amount of small arms orders that are not in the barracks, which is kind of interesting. But if we take a look at these guys, we can also see like what all goods they are consuming. And maybe looking at a barracks is the better way to do this in terms of like kind of trying to showcase this. So all of these buy orders... Yeah, maybe this is the way to look at this. All of these buy orders are 100% free. Is subsidized rubber the move? The rubber is going to employ up anyways because it's profitable. It doesn't need our help. It's the problem's pops and qualifications. Subsidizing won't really do anything except for maybe pull guys away from our infrastructure, which we want there. But if you take a look at this, all of this is free. You notice how there's no number down here? Material expenses. That's interesting that it still shows it here. So it's showing how much we're saving here. But all of this, absolutely free, and then this increases the price of the goods, which allows a bunch of the buildings to be profitable. And when you have non-consumer good buildings profitable, right, this drives up consumption, and then raises the price of the consumer goods. So the price of like our clothing is higher because of this as well, in a downstream sort of effect. Because if we like look at the small arms factories, or manufactories rather, or ammo's fine enough to explain the process, but the extra goods that are being purchased by the guys, the owners of this place, and that are being purchased by the people who are getting paid wages, These drive up the price of the consumer goods, which otherwise would have not happened had we like been building consumer goods. If we had built more consumer goods instead of the goods to satisfy this free money military stimmy, this would have decreased the price of the consumer goods, making them less profitable per building. So every building we build, here's maybe the way to think about it, is every building we build is like 10% more profitable or 20% more profitable because of this injection of money. And some of those are the military buildings themselves, but also some of those are consumer good buildings that otherwise would have been delayed, which has resulted in a higher price of consumer goods because of the free like stimmy off the military buildings. It's paying so much in wages. Interesting. That's a lot out to the shopkeepers. There's also artificers. Shout out to the artificers. But this is like if you're going for a theoretical biggest GDP, this is such a big boon. As you could like see over like we didn't acquire like an insane PM really in any sort of fashion for. We'll do this one. We didn't acquire an insane PM over the course of like the last period of time, other than like maybe the automobiles one, that would like justify our economy just like suddenly like upticking over the course of this episode. It's like really, really hard from the military goods thing. Anyways, let's take a closer look maybe. Some of this other stuff. SOL. The problem is we can't sort. But we could see that our SOL's not so good. Our population is enormous, though, relative to the other guys. The next guy is kind of in the pack. Yulong Authority is the next closest, with like quite a bit less than us. If we take a look at our population over time, really kind of a lot of it's been through expansion. Let's take a look at our power blocks and compare it to like kind of all the blocks here. See, our block has nearly 1 billion GDP. Wow, our subjects have way more GDP than I was expecting. Although, to be fair, like, we can build inside of them, and we have been for some time. I wonder what percentage of their GDP we own. So these guys are the really big ones. Here, let's see. Do GDP ownership heat map. We have the biggest share of GDP ownership in their country, so this is feeding back into our capitalists, even though we don't own it directly, which is always something that's kind of hard to evaluate. But like to the extent that a lot of these buildings are profitable, which they're not all profitable, but most of this weekly balance is coming back our way, or like. Not necessarily like but this is the way to look at it. It's really whoever owns these is gonna be reaping the benefits. But that's quite a bit. We need to do this type of analysis more, because that's insane. Like a third of the economic activity in our block is like not us, but if we own half the buildings that are that third, then it's kind of like our economy is not really this size, but is instead, was it like 16% larger? Or not 16%, because math. It would be 16% of the entire block pie, but it's effectively more. It's effectively 25%. So like, the real size of our economy is maybe 25% bigger in terms of ownership. But anyways, yeah, we have an insane amount of boats. The next biggest flotilla thing has got like half, and also an insane amount of army. But that's because like it's just super discounted, and we're stimming the economy through it. Yo, journalists, have you tried the big AI mods? I've been playing around Kuroma's AI recently. The AI feels a lot better. I see countries unify more often, bigger GDPs, better trade, etc. I haven't played around with it too much. We could do it. AI is like more of a feel thing from a player perspective. I don't know if it really gives better outcomes for like watching or viewing. I've thought about doing AI mods. I mean, the AI is really weak, so you improve the AI The AI will perform better, and maybe it's worth trying. Like, whatever you're doing, it makes whatever you're doing look less impressive. And generally, if someone's tuning in to watch for like 2 minutes before deciding whether or not they want to continue watching, the AI mod is like probably going to be lost on them. So, wait, does reduced meal goods cost only apply to armies, or does it apply to the goods? All the goods. All the goods. It applies to all of the goods, not just all the goods that are being consumed in barracks and naval bases. So all of these are free too. So it says government expenses. These are 100% free. Oh, sorry. I should have finished reading your question. Because Leviathan fisheries use man of wars and artillery, would they be reduced to? No, it's just the buildings that are going into the government. That the government is paying for. So all of this becomes free. But like the flip side is like we take a look at like the potions, these are also free stimmy. You know, and this is not like a military good. The car is also free stimmied. Like, there are more buy orders in our barracks that are not cannons and small arms than there are cannons and small arms. Like, the cannons and small arms here add up to 17k, which in terms of the material is just a very small portion. Like, I think that the way that Victoria 3 balances, like, the cost of cannons and, like, there should be way more, it should be way more expensive to buy small arms and cannons than it is in game currently, but, yeah, also this should be, like, a very strong, signal, like, if you actually look at, like, how much is getting paid for stuff, you know, running these PMs is really expensive. If you look at like how much stuff costs, like the wages are 14k. If we did just wages and small arms and cannons, and we didn't use any additional PMs, right? It would be what's 14 plus 17 would be like 31k. Running all the PMs is nearly triple the price, you know, of the army in its entirety. So you could just have a way bigger army. So this is maybe a sign that like we should be a lot more conservative with some of our usage of milled goods. Not to mention, it would actually be less than 3k. It would be less than 3k, sorry. Because this increases small arms and artillery input as well. And oh, we forgot to count ammo. But it'll decrease this. So this is increased by 50%. So it actually end up being like 25k or something for the army. And instead it's 81k. So more than 3x. Because the ammo's not a big portion of the expenses. Oh, I guess it is. Yeah, so it's close to 3x. Something like that. I hope that, like, clears things up. But yeah, the fisheries and stuff, the government, those don't become free. Just all of the goods that are getting paid for. But this is still an enormous amount of goods. You know, without the government expenses, this would be 10k, this would be 5k, so like 15k, and this would be like 1.5, so it'd be 16.5 plus, yeah, it'd be around 30k. Without all the extra bells and whistles, but then all the bells and whistles are free. Should have very strong, like, to stack the modifier like this. And it's probably the basis of, like, a highest theoretical GDP possible run using China, because China you can get minus 85% cost, which we've discussed earlier in the stream, which is good enough. But let's see if anyone else is playing. Vicky 3 right now. He's got Tarkus. He's playing Crusader Kings. Oh, he's playing my character from the collab still, so I guess we'll raid Tarkus. We will drop his whatever in his whatever. We will drop his link to the YouTubers first, and then we will have set up the raid. But he is playing collab, which you can find on Tarkus's channel, where me and several other Vic3 creators played a game of CK for Tarkus's mega campaign. And the winner of that round, let's call it, would be played as later. And we ended up winning, so that's how things shook up. Good night, Jeremy. Sleep tight, don't let the bed bugs bite, and etc. Mostly etc. But we will send... Wait, why do we only have 4 viewers on Twitch? Crazy. Okay, but we'll send them. And bye-bye to the YouTubers. Bye-bye now.